Good afternoon, everybody. It is Steve Lookner with Agenda Free TV. We are here live to bring you an update on the hostilities between Israel and Hezbollah, with fears growing of an all-out war in Lebanon. A number of intense Israeli airstrikes today on Hezbollah targets in Lebanon, and a number of Hezbollah attacks on northern Israel. So we want to bring you the latest updates here. Right here is a view of the Israel-Lebanon border. We'll be keeping an eye on that. I actually have a view of Beirut as well. Hold on. That's Beirut. That's Beirut, Lebanon right there. That's Beirut. And that is the Israel-Lebanon border. So we'll be keeping an eye on that and bringing you the latest updates, taking your comments and questions on the air. And I want to thank our moderators for being with us. We have moderating right now. Linda Belk and Larry moderate for us on X. Ruth Krafasi and RJ are over there on YouTube moderating. Thank you so much. Over there on Twitch, we have moderating A Moment of Lovely, LB Prairie Dawn, Idaho Star. I Got That Fire. McBritches and Surly Dev, thanks. Hold on one second here. And also on Facebook. Thanks to our mods over on Facebook, too. We have modding over on Facebook. Christina Neal, K. Lowry Body. Thank you so much to all of our Facebook mods. Let's look at, again, there's Beirut. Live shot of Beirut. So, it is 12:33 a.m. in Israel and Lebanon right now. But that is Beirut. And that is the Israel-Lebanon border. Can I do a split screen? Well, I'm not going to keep, we're going to be talking, I'm not going to keep it up there. I'll go back to it periodically. It's just there's not a lot going on right now, and I want to talk about other stuff and show you guys some stuff. So I'm not going to be keeping it up there nonstop, because then I can't show you anything. All right, so let's get into some of the developments from today. And also, there's a bunch of new developments and new reporting about the pager attack from the pager attacks from 2 days ago and the walkie-talkie attacks yesterday, where Hezbollah pagers and walkie-talkies exploded, believed to be attacks by Israel. And dozens have been killed and thousands have been injured in those Hezbollah pager and walkie-talkie explosions. So definitely want to get you updated on that. But first, let's kind of summarize where we are after these airstrikes. Well, there were a number of Israeli, some intense Israeli airstrikes today on Hezbollah targets, and also some Hezbollah attacks on Israel. So I want to talk about that. But first, a couple of updates here. Let me just show you something real quick here. Where is this? Where is the thing? Yes, as you can see here, as Joe Truzman, who I follow on X, reported. Oops, you'll see it in a second. I have to turn the volume down here. Joe says the Israeli Defense Forces, oops, you know what I need to do? I need to put this up a little higher. The Israeli Defense Forces have issued new instructions for residents of more than a dozen towns in northern Israel. Remember, the Lebanon-Israel border is northern Israel. The IDF advised residents to stay near protective shelters and avoid outside activity that isn't essential. I'm going to get you actually the post from the IDF that says that. But that's pretty recent. So, telling people in northern Israel near Lebanon to basically stay near shelters and avoid non-essential outside activity. Let me do... I'm going to get a map up here. I'm going to get a map up. That'll make things a little easier. Just hold on a second. Let me do that. So you can see... Okay, here's our map. Here is our map. Oops. Let's do it this way. So when we're talking about the Israel-Lebanon border, we're talking about northern Israel. See, Israel, Lebanon. So northern Israel is the border with Lebanon. When you hear about, like, well, I guess Syria as well. I actually can get you the IDF statement on this. Hang on, let me just do that. Here's what the IDF themselves said. Following the assessment of the situation and subject to the directives of the Home Front Command and the Northern Command. Home Front Command is the civil defense organization in Israel that basically tells if people in Israel need to be told to take precautions, it's going to come from the Home Front Command. Instructions for settlements from the Upper Galilee, and it just lists a bunch of them. This is northern Israel. It says, movements in the area of the settlement must be reduced. Avoid gatherings. The gates of the settlement must be controlled. Stay near protected areas. And listen to the Pekar warning from TZM to a new message. So that is in effect now. And that came out about a little over an hour ago. That was a little over an hour ago that came out. So that's not something from yesterday or something. That's a new instruction. We can look up some of these places like Hazor, Metula, Safed. I bet we can find them on the map, hopefully. Yeah, I mean, like Safed is right here. Where is... I forget where Metula is. I'll have to look it up. Metula is right there, right on the border. So we're talking about places, again, in northern Israel near the border, being told to take these precautions. What do those precautions mean? Does that mean Israel's getting ready to conduct some more military activity tonight? Or maybe Israel thinks that Hezbollah might launch more attacks in the coming hours? I don't know. But something to keep an eye on. Yeah, I mean, Manny Fabian from Times of Israel, same thing. After intensive Israeli airstrikes in southern Lebanon, the Israeli Defense Forces publishes a list of guidelines for civilians in several communities and cities in northern Israel, near Lebanon. The IDF calls on civilians in those areas to reduce movement outside of homes, avoid large gatherings, guard the entrances to the community, and remain close to bomb shelters. Okay, by the way, a quick thank you. I want to say a quick thanks for your support. A quick thank you to David C. and Deshark and Kerry Poteet, and Martin Gingrich and Mr. Blanksalot and J. Spike, Russell Bach, who says getting very tense in the north. Debbie James, Lonnie Schultz, Ricky Graybill, Rick, Thomas, Diane W., and JB. Thank you for your support, and also a moment of lovely thank you. So we'll keep an eye on things. Again, I have a live shot of the Israel-Lebanon border. Also have a live shot of Beirut. If I hear of anything going on active, I will certainly let you know. And we'll keep an eye on all that for you. Okay. Let me just check a couple things here before we get going. Yeah, and I'll keep checking for updates too. What is this here? Hang on, let me just see something real quick. I'm just seeing something right now. Hang on a moment, guys. I am seeing something right now. Give me 1 second. I am seeing something. Wow. Hang on. Hang on. Hold on. I'll tell you in a moment what I'm looking at. I'm just seeing a new news report right now, but I just want to see what's going on with it. Wow. So I can't actually show these videos, but I'm going to show you this report, and then if I reposted it, you can watch the videos. They're a bit graphic, so I'm not going to show the videos. But this is just coming out right now. Manny Fabian, Times of Israel, says, the Israeli Defense Forces say it is investigating after soldiers were filmed shoving the bodies of Palestinian gunmen off a rooftop following an exchange of fire in the West Bank city of the West Bank city of Kabatia near Jenin earlier today. This is a serious incident that's not in line with IDF values and what is expected of IDF soldiers, the military says, adding the incident is being investigated. IDF troops killed 4 gunmen during clashes in Kabatia earlier today and carried out another drone strike against several more gunmen in a car in the evening hours, the military said. Now, I can't show those videos on the air. I reposted this on my X account. I will post a link to Manny Fabian's post, and if you want to watch the videos, you can. Be warned, they do appear to show people getting pushed off a rooftop. I can't tell if they're alive or dead, the people getting pushed off, but that's just coming out. That was posted 15 minutes ago by Times of Israel's Manny Fabian. So I just saw it. And I'm posting a link right now to Manny's post. Again, I can't show that stuff on the air, but I just saw it. And yeah, you do in the videos see people getting pushed off of rooftops. It's not pleasant. Okay. I'm also just checking for any kind of new updates here. Give me a moment here. What is this source? The Lebanese TV channel Al Manar TV, which is a Hezbollah TV channel, they're saying that they're claiming that Israeli forces are launching a massive arrest campaign in the West Bank town of Kafr Lakif. I don't know if that's true. If I see anything more about that, I will let you know. All right. Sorry, I'm just trying to make sure I'm not missing any new things the last few minutes before we talk about some of what's been going on today. All right, let's talk about what's been happening today. Okay? Hezbollah leader vows retaliation against Israel for attacks on devices as both sides trade strikes. Some intense Israeli airstrikes today. Oh, I can actually show you what the Israeli Defense Force said today about the airstrikes before reading you this. Let me show you this. The IDF has been posting about these airstrikes. This is what the IDF said. They said a couple things today like this. So let me show you what they've posted today. About 4 hours ago, they posted, with the direction of IDF intelligence, the Israeli Air Force struck approximately 30 Hezbollah launchers and terrorist infrastructure sites containing approximately 150 launcher barrels that were ready to fire projectiles toward Israeli territory. Additionally, the IDF struck Hezbollah terrorist infrastructure and a weapons storage facility in multiple areas in southern Lebanon. Some intense airstrikes in Lebanon today by Israel on what they say are IDF targets. And they actually posted more about it here on their Hebrew language site, Hebrew language feed, which I have translated here. They said fighter jets of the Air Force attacked in the last 2 hours under the direction of Amman in the Northern Command hundreds of launchers that were ready for immediate launch into this territory of the State of Israel. Starting in the afternoon, says Israel, a total of about 100 launchers and other military infrastructure were attacked, including about 1,000 launch canisters that were ready for immediate launch. So there can be like a launcher that has, a bunch of launch tubes lined up next to each other. So you can have, one launcher with multiple launch canisters. They also say the IDF continues to damage and degrade the terrorist capabilities and military infrastructure of the terrorist organization Hezbollah. So that is what Israel is saying about these airstrikes today. And you can see here, Hezbollah leader vows retaliation against Israel for attacks on devices as both sides trade strikes. AP reports the leader of Hezbollah, Hassan Nasrallah, vowed today to keep up daily strikes on Israel despite this week's deadly sabotage of its members' communication devices, and said Israelis displaced from homes near the Lebanon border because of fighting would not be able to return until the war in Gaza ends. Hezbollah and Israel launched fresh attacks across the border as Hassan Nasrallah, the leader of Hezbollah, spoke for the first time since the mass bombing of devices in Lebanon and Syria that he described as a severe blow and for which he promised to retaliate. After 2 days of attacks this is on the walkie-talkies and the pagers. This right here is a walkie-talkie that blew up yesterday in a house in Baalbek, East Lebanon. The 2 days of attacks targeting thousands of Hezbollah pagers and walkie-talkies have been widely blamed on Israel, heightening fears that 11 months of near-daily exchanges of fire between Hezbollah and Israel will escalate into all-out war. Israel has neither confirmed nor denied involvement in the attacks. During Nasrallah's speech today, Hezbollah struck at least 4 times in northern Israel, and 2 Israeli soldiers were killed in a Hezbollah strike earlier in the day. Israeli warplanes flew low over Beirut while Hassan Nasrallah spoke and broke the sound barrier, scattering birds and prompting people in houses and offices to quickly open windows and prevent them from shattering. Also, as we were just mentioning with the Israeli airstrikes today, Israel also launched attacks in southern Lebanon on Thursday, saying it struck hundreds of rocket launchers and other Hezbollah infrastructure, though it was not immediately clear if there were any casualties. The Israeli army claimed the launchers were about to be used in the immediate future, and we talked about this as well. Right here, at the same time, the Israeli army ordered residents in parts of the Golan Heights in northern Israel, near Lebanon, to avoid public gatherings, minimize movements, and stay close to shelters in anticipation of possible rocket fire. Now, something to keep in mind here, and the article talks about this from AP, even before the attacks, the apparent Israeli attacks on the Hezbollah pagers and the Hezbollah walkie-talkies in the last couple days, even before that, there was a bunch of talk about Israel possibly conducting a major military operation, perhaps going into Lebanon and trying to move Hezbollah away from the southern border, because tens of thousands of Israelis have been displaced from northern Israel since last year, with all the fighting going on between Israel and Hezbollah near the border. So Israel now says it wants these people to be able to move back to northern Israel and be safe in their homes. So there's been talk of Israel conducting some major military operation, which would make it safe on Hezbollah, which would make it safe for Israelis to move back to northern Israel. These tens of thousands of Israelis who cannot be there right now. And I mean, if a major military operation like that could end up leading to an all-out war between Israel and Hezbollah, which could even bring in other actors like Iran and the U.S. and so forth. And you can see here it says, in recent weeks, AP says, in recent weeks, Israeli leaders have stepped up warnings of a potential larger military operation against Hezbollah, saying they are determined to stop the group's fire to allow tens of thousands of Israelis to return to homes near the border. In a Thursday briefing, the Israeli defense minister said Hezbollah would pay an increasing price as Israel seeks to make conditions near its border with Lebanon safe enough for residents to return. The sequence of our military actions will continue, he said. All right, I'll take some comments and questions from you. But there's between the attacks which have killed dozens and injured thousands of people, these attacks apparently by Israel on these Hezbollah pagers and walkie-talkies the last couple days, and this talk of Israel conducting a major military operation to allow people in northern Israel to go back to their homes, there are real concerns that an all-out war might happen here. So we are bringing you updates on this, and I want to take a few comments and questions from you before giving you some more updates here. And I will show you this shot of the northern border between Israel and Lebanon. Mr. Hammond says, a very messy situation. Kerry Poteet says, slippery slope. Kinsley says it's already happening. Well, there is not a all-out war at the moment between Israel and Hezbollah. There's been some reporting of Israel moving some additional forces to northern Israel, but we are not at the all-out war stage at the moment. Alyat Sion on Twitch says, it won't be an easy task, but Israel seems determined to deal decisively with Hezbollah this time around. Russell Bach says, whatever happened to Iran's response? Yo, it's Hassan says, Iran still had to retaliate. Iran has not yet retaliated for Israel's presumed assassination of Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh in Tehran at the end of July. I don't know what's going on with that. Sean Caven thinks this is just about Netanyahu staying in power. Our viewer Tam KOO says, I don't see a route where this calms down anytime soon. Sulan says that Hezbollah is so humiliated by this attack. A little later in the stream, we'll talk about some updated reporting on this, on the pager and walkie-talkie attacks. Anthony Ciacio says, what does an all-out war look like? Thanks, Anthony. Well, for example, you could have Israeli ground forces going into southern Lebanon. You could have Hezbollah launching missiles, many missiles at Israeli cities, things like this. But certainly Israeli ground forces moving into southern Lebanon, or Israel launching significant attacks, say in the Beirut area, and not just focusing on southern Lebanon. Israel possibly trying to take out some of Lebanon's missiles, longer range missiles. These are things you could see. Thanks to Visitor and Mary B. and D. and Ryan Kelly over on YouTube, and also Weddy Fishay and JB and Diane W. and Thomas and Rick. MB Trend says, why did Israel choose now to do the attacks on the pagers and cell phones? It's a very good question. We can talk about that during the stream. You know what? Why don't we talk about it right now? Why don't we talk about that right now? Look, I have an article for you. New article today from the Washington Post. A key question behind Israeli attack on Hezbollah devices. Why now? Why now? Yeah, a viewer asked about it, so let's talk about it. This is from the Washington Post. The complex multi-stage attack that caused thousands of Hezbollah pagers and handheld radios to explode across Lebanon over the last 2 days appears to have been meticulously mapped out. Israel, which rarely comments on its intelligence operations abroad, has neither claimed nor denied responsibility for the attack, which continued yesterday as more devices exploded across Lebanon. The Israelis did not inform the U.S. about the specifics of the attack before it took place, but told Washington afterward through intelligence channels, according to 2 U.S. officials. Hovering over the unprecedented operation was a critical question. Why now? Israel's government is in turmoil, and Washington has been trying furiously to head off a wider conflict, leaving experts and officials to wonder about the timing of the attack on the pagers and the walkie-talkies and what it signaled about Israel's intentions in Lebanon. Why now? The lack of any major military follow-up by Israel in the hours after the first pager explosions began suggests the timing wasn't an optimal one. That's very interesting, said Oded Eliam, a former senior Mossad operative who oversaw international counterterrorism operations. You know, I've seen some analysts say, some experts say that they thought that, one reason Israel might have, placed explosives and Hezbollah pagers and walkie-talkies is to activate them in the opening of a war against Hezbollah. But, as this expert says right here, as the article points out, there has not been any major military follow-up in the hours after these explosions. I mean, there could be at some point, but it certainly wasn't done like during a war or as the opening stage of the war where the war is going on. And it's also interesting that this expert says that the fact that there wasn't any major military follow-up in the hours after the explosion suggests the timing wasn't the optimal one. So this expert thinks that, that's the best, if you're going to do this, it seems to this expert the foremost reason you do it is at the start of a military operation. Very interesting. How exactly Israel managed to pull off the pager and walkie-talkie explosions and whether it was even over remained unclear. An advisor to Israel's military intelligence directorate and a former senior commander in Shin Bet, the country's internal security service, assessed that agents may have taken control of the beeper supply chain, emptied the device's contents, and filled them with small amounts of explosives. Once that was complete, he told the Washington Post, there would have been limited time to act. The level of suspicion is high, and it takes only one to explode unintentionally for the operation to be burned. There's some reporting which claims that Israel was worried that Hezbollah was going to find out about the pagers and the walkie-talkies being rigged with explosives. So these reports claim that Israel decided to just explode them, even though it was not at the intended time. I can't speak to that. Also, the New York Times is reporting, maybe we'll talk about this a little later, the New York Times reported last night that the company that made the pagers was for Hezbollah was an Israeli front company, that it was the manufacturing company that Hezbollah ordered the pagers from. The Times claims, the New York Times reports, that company was just a company created by Israeli operatives, a front to basically for the purpose of making pagers and selling them to Hezbollah. The Washington Post says other former Israeli intelligence officials echoed that view, saying that such operations, months if not years in the making, have a brief shelf life after being put in motion. One senior former Israeli official with knowledge of the operation said there was a risk that the devices were going to be discovered. It was a use it or lose it moment. And look at what this expert says. He says, it only takes one of these devices to explode unintentionally for the operation to be burned. So that's a very interesting, interesting point, that there is a risk that it will just be found out before you can use it. Also, look, this is a second expert who said the timing was not optimal. This expert said the timing does not reflect a strategic move by Israel. The timing was coincidental because of things that may have happened on the ground that would have allowed the exposure of this capability, he said. Also, in the case of the exploding pagers, Hezbollah's decision to switch to what it thought was a more secure lower tech to what they thought were more secure lower tech devices, pagers, from phones after a wave of targeted Israeli assassinations, which led Hezbollah to switch to pagers. That switch probably provided a window of opportunity. This expert said you need the minimum amount of time between installation and pushing the button, he said. Interesting. So, again, you see in this article some experts suggesting that Israel would have had a limited amount of time, that there was a likelihood this would be discovered, and that This was not necessarily optimal timing to do this if it was not followed up pretty immediately by some sort of military operation, which is all interesting. I can't say if any of this, I can't speak to the accuracy of any of this, but it's interesting. I'll take some comments from you now, and then we'll read some more of this. But this is an article by the Washington Post. A key question behind Israeli attack on Hezbollah devices: why now? Reading it because one of the viewers said, "Why now?" I've gotten this question a number of times. What do you guys think about this? Let me take some comments from you. Renton says that sounds like it could be the case, but if so, still a major oof on Israel. That only makes them look even more uncoordinated and trigger happy. Fortitude said, what tech did Israel use to trigger the explosives on demand? There's been some reporting saying that these devices, at least the pagers, exploded when a certain message was sent to them. But I don't know exactly. Maybe we can talk about more of the specific reporting about the technology involved in a little bit. Strong Tower says, what if one of these had gone off in a plane? Sandra Adkins Blessing thinks they were going to wait. I'll put that up there for a second. They were going to wait, but some of the Hezbollah operatives started to get suspicious and started to figure it out, so they went ahead and did it. That's what our viewer Sandra thinks. One of our viewers says, pagers, walkie-talkies, what else? Lonely Reject thinks there's a lot of wild speculation from those not in the know. All right, hang on a moment here. As we look at a live shot from the Israel-Lebanon border. And I know people are sending me messages too, so I'm going to try to get to some of those too. Hang on a moment here. You know, one of our viewers said, is Israel going away from Gaza? Israel has said in recent days that they're going to be concentrating more of their military operation in the north, near Lebanon. So look, I can show you this from this article in AP, which we were looking at before. If you go down here in the article, it says, look at this. So remember, Israel wants to allow its tens of thousands of Israelis who have had to leave their homes near the border with Lebanon because of the fighting since last October between Hezbollah and Israel. They want those people to be able to go back to their homes. Okay? So you can see here it says, in recent weeks, Israeli leaders have stepped up warnings of a potential larger military operation against Hezbollah, saying they are determined to stop the group's fire to allow tens of thousands of Israelis to return to homes near the border. In a Thursday briefing, the Israeli defense minister said Hezbollah would pay an increasing price as Israel seeks to make conditions near its border with Lebanon safe enough for residents to return. The sequence of our military actions will continue, he said. If we go down here, it says, Israeli leaders have said they are determined to change the status quo dramatically. Speaking to Israeli troops on Wednesday, the defense minister said, we are at the start of a new phase in the war. It requires courage, determination, and perseverance. He said after months of fighting Hamas in Gaza, the center of gravity is shifting to the north by diverting resources and forces. Israel began moving more troops to its border with Lebanon on Wednesday as a precautionary measure, Israeli officials said. Israel's army chief said plans have been drawn up for additional action against Hezbollah, though media reported the government has not yet decided whether to launch a major offensive in Lebanon. The explosions of the pagers and the walkie-talkies have rattled anxious Lebanese who fear a full-scale war. The Lebanese army, which is different from Hezbollah, Hezbollah is a Iran-supported militia group and political party in Lebanon. The army of the country, Lebanon, which I believe is not even as powerful as Hezbollah is. Hezbollah, I believe, is the most powerful military force in Lebanon. The Lebanese army said it has been locating and detonating suspicious pagers and communication devices, while the country's civil aviation authorities banned pagers and walkie-talkies on all airplanes departing from Beirut's international airport until further notice. The pager and walkie-talkie attack was likely to severely disrupt Hezbollah's internal communication as it scrambled to determine safe means to talk to each other. Let me just read a little of this just to remind people what happened. The pager and walkie-talkie blasts went off wherever the holders of the pagers or walkie-talkies happened to be in multiple parts of Beirut and eastern and southern Lebanon, in homes and cars, grocery stores and cafes on the street, even at a funeral for some killed in the pager bombings, often with family and other bystanders nearby. Many suffered gaping wounds on their legs, abdomens, and faces, or were maimed in the hand. Tuesday's pager blasts killed 12 people, including 2 children, and wounded some 2,300 others. The following day's explosions of walkie-talkies killed 25 and wounded more than 600, the Lebanese health minister said, giving updated figures. The Lebanese health minister also said that the injuries from the walkie-talkie explosions yesterday were more severe than Tuesday's pager explosions, as the walkie-talkies that exploded were bigger than the pagers. Wow. Crazy. All right, here is a live shot while I take some more comments from you guys. Will this end up, is Israel going to carry out some major military operation beyond what they've been doing against Hezbollah? Are they going to have their ground forces go into southern Lebanon? We just don't know. Are the pager and walkie-talkie explosions, is that the opening move in some sort of major Israel military operation or not? Don't know. By the way, a quick thank you to Jennifer Whittington for your support, to Janet Burnett. Thanks so much, Janet. That's very kind of you. And thanks for the gift memberships, Janet. That's very nice of you as well. Thank you, Janet Burnett. Also, Hendershot, who says, what is the end game for Israel? Does this just never end? Well, for the moment, they're saying they want tens of thousands of Israelis to be able to go back to the northern border. You might say, well, that doesn't solve the problem long term, but That's what Israel is looking at right now. Thank you to our new member, JZ Gamer 12. Thank you so much to, and for your support, JZ Gamer. Yes, there were some reports of solar equipment exploding. I haven't heard that many reports of that. I don't know how widespread that was. JZ Gamer says, Israel has been planning this for a while. Yes, it would certainly seem so. Thank you, Martin Gingrich. I have not heard of anything different on flight radar from the people who I follow who know about the flight radar stuff. If I hear about anything particularly noteworthy on flight radar, I will let you know. Thank you, Abby H. And Russell Bach and Sean Caven. Abby thinks they had to explode the communication devices now because, or what is this? She said they had to move in now because the intel from the communication devices for weapons, caches, and targets change fast. Abby seems to think that Israel was getting intel from these devices. I have not heard any reports that Israel, in addition to putting explosives in the pagers and walkie-talkies, did something to them to allow Israel to get extra intel from them. But I don't know that. I don't know that, if that was part of this. Thank you, Jens Crunchy Vax and Nico Christian Wallenberg and also, hold on a second here. Nico thinks it wasn't explosives jammed into everything. Again, there were reports of some solar equipment exploding. I've not heard much on that. By far, the vast majority of the reports have been about pagers and walkie-talkies. And there's many, many reports and many, many analysis by experts where they say what they believe happened is that this was a supply chain interference and that Israel planted explosive in these devices, small amounts of explosive, before they got to before they actually got to Hezbollah. We'll talk more about that in a little bit. Thanks also Notorious Rob over there on Twitch. And let me shout out our moderators again. Moderators like Ruth Krafasi and RJ on YouTube, thank you so much. Alstar is there as well. Linda Belk and Larry on X. Over on Twitch, A Moment of Lovely, Big Ball of Yarn, Good Luck Duck, LB Prairie Dawn, Idaho Star, Mick Bridges and Surly Dev. And on Facebook, Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, Christina Neal, thank you so much for modding. We do have, I don't think much is going on there right now, but we do have a shot of Beirut. That is Beirut, Lebanon live, which is not on the border, which is like in the middle of the country. But we'll keep an eye on that as well. That is Beirut. And again, this is the Israel-Lebanon border. Let me show you more. This was an interesting article. I want to read you a little more of this. We were talking about, I've been getting questions, like why now? Is there any reason that Israel, assuming they did this, which I think is a very safe assumption, assuming Israel did it, why did they explode these pagers and these walkie-talkies now? Why now? So I've been showing you some of this article from the Washington Post, why now? Let me show you a little more of this. Let's see. So one expert they talked to, a couple of experts suggested that ideally for Israel, this would have been done like right at the start of some kind of major military operation, because, you know, it's very disruptive and it disrupts communications and all that. And one expert they talked to said the lack of any major military follow-up by Israel in the hours after the first explosions suggests the timing wasn't the optimal one. Now look down here, it says strategic considerations such as whether the operation is likely to land with maximal impact need to be balanced against the risk of the operation being compromised, said another expert they talked to, describing the attack as Hezbollah's Pearl Harbor. How about that? But it was not immediately evident if the operation was intended as a first salvo in a full-scale conflict or a warning to Hezbollah about the potential costs of such a confrontation. That's very interesting. So another possibility I've seen discussed, which is discussed right here, is that this pager and walkie-talkie attack was sent as a warning to Hezbollah, saying something like, look, if we can do this, imagine the kind of suffering and pain and destruction we can inflict on you in a full-scale conflict if you don't stop attacking the northern Israeli border, if you don't pull your forces away from the border. This is just a symbol of what's coming to you, a hint of what's coming to you, which is a very interesting idea, this idea that it is a warning, a message. I can't say that's the case. So, but again, the Washington Post says it was not immediately evident if the pager and walkie-talkie explosions were intended as the first salvo, the first stage in a full-scale conflict, or a warning to Hezbollah about the potential costs of such a confrontation. Let's see here. Moving down a little bit, Arab security services speculated that Hezbollah had discovered a problem with the beepers and that Israel acted in the moment to avoid detection. Otherwise, the timing of the attack made little sense, several officials said. Interesting. A regional security official told the Washington Post, even if Israel was trying to send a message, why now? There will be a reaction from Hezbollah. Why do this if you are truly interested in preventing a wider war? Prime Minister Netanyahu did pledge in a video on Wednesday that Israel would safely return the residents of the north to their homes. Hezbollah rockets have displaced some 60,000 people from Israeli communities in the north. Early this week, Israel's security cabinet made the return of those 60,000 people an official goal of the war. The Israeli Defense Forces Chief of Staff approved offensive and defensive plans for the northern border, the military said yesterday. Israeli military radio reported that the Army's 98th Division would be transferred from Gaza to the north. But for all of the warlike rhetoric and troops movements, Israel's military preparations did not appear sufficiently advanced for all-out war, said this person. I'll tell you who this person is, Elam. Adred Elam, a former senior Mossad operative who oversaw international counterterrorism operations. So this former Mossad operative said he did not think that Israel's current military preparations appeared sufficiently advanced for an all-out war. He said the United States is putting a lot of pressure on Israel not to initiate a regional conflagration. Interesting. Here's a little more analysis here. The exploding devices were meant to cause panic and stress and shock with Hezbollah, said former Mossad chief Danny Yatom, demonstrating Israel's ability to breach even Hezbollah's most secure lines of communication. It is an operation that does not stand by itself, he said. It's an operation that might start a more decisive war in Lebanon. But he said that while the initial intention may have been to build on the attack, a rushed timeline meant that had not happened. It was intended for something completely different, he said. He called the strike as surgical as possible and as close to possible to the people that deserve it. So it sounds like this expert is also saying he thought that the original purpose of these exploding pagers, exploding walkie-talkies, was to be at the opening stages of some larger operation. But because of a rushed timeline, maybe they were about to be found out, that had not happened. So very interesting, but something to keep in mind as you think of all this. Just, we keep seeing mentioned in these articles, and we hear the Israeli government talking about it. When you're thinking about the current risk of war between Israel and Lebanon, between Israel and Hezbollah and Lebanon, keep in mind this aspect of it, that 60,000 Israelis have been displaced since last year from northern Israel. They cannot live in their homes because of the Hezbollah attacks that have been going on northern Israel in support of Hamas in Gaza. And, Israel and Hezbollah have been going back and forth. So Israel is now saying in recent days, it is now a goal of the war for Israel to allow these 60,000 people to move back to their homes. And they're not going to be able to do that unless there's some big change in the situation, because Hezbollah says, we're going to keep attacking northern Israel as long as the Israel-Hamas war is going on in Gaza, as long as there's no ceasefire. We're going to keep launching our attacks on northern Israel. So Israel can't move those people back unless something really changes, because right now they can't. There's still too much risk to have them living there. Okay? So keep that in mind as you think about this conflict. All right, I want to take some more comments from you guys. We'll give you more updates here. There is nothing on the live shot on the border. If there is, I will show it to you, believe me. Jay Bird says Israel has to remove the threat first. I am checking for updates here, however. Hendershot says, is the pager thing a war crime? I am not an international law expert. Maybe I can discuss some of the debate about that a little later in the stream. William Watson thinks Israel will do something overnight. Dustin Archambault said the Jerusalem Post was talking about massive military exercises in the north. I'll see if I can find you something on that. The IDF announced it will conduct large-scale training exercises in all northern area firing zones over the coming weekend. I don't know if that really means anything, but that's the Jerusalem Post did report that. I don't know if that's something that just happens regularly. Yeah, right here. Here's their post about it. During the weekend, the IDF will carry out activities in the training areas, fire areas. In the area of the northern sector, we emphasize that entering the training areas is prohibited, poses a danger to life, and harms the activities of the forces. In addition, gunshots and explosions may be heard in the nearby settlements. The IDF asks in every language of request from the public not to enter the prohibited areas and to allow the security forces to continue to carry out their tasks. This is a life-threatening situation. Panda 3000 says possibly a cover for troop movement. Thank you, by the way, to Jack and Tie Shoes and the Vladinator and Alex S. and Kinshi. The Vladinator thinks Israel wants a regional war. Tie Shoes thinks we need to keep in mind Netanyahu's desire to stay in power. Jack, I see mentions once in a while of protests in America, pro-Palestinian protests. I mean, not as big as we've seen it previously. Was it like, I'm trying to remember, was it in the spring we were covering them or something like that? The ones at the colleges. It hasn't been like that. You do see them sometimes, though. Natasha says, I would not want to move back there. Clearly, that whole area can never be peaceful. The Music Kingdom says, could Israel make a land attack on Lebanon? It's possible Israel would send ground troops into Lebanon as part of an operation to clear Hezbollah from southern Lebanon, from the border area. I mean, it would be a huge deal if they did. Don't know if it'll happen. Thanks, Ali C, for your support, and also Ralph Hood. Okay, let's give you some other updates here. You know, it's interesting. The timing of this is interesting, guys. Former President Trump is about to speak at a Fighting Anti-Semitism in America event. So I may play a little of that because, I mean, I assume he'll be talking about Israel. The stage literally has Israeli flags on it. Let me at least show you what it looks like there. Hold on a second here. I'm going to show you. I'm going to pull it up on the screen here for you. Let's do this. Here, I'll just put it like in the corner. I'm going to put it in the corner for you. Doesn't have to be in the whole thing. But Trump is supposed to speak shortly at this Fighting Anti-Semitism in America event. So maybe we'll watch a little bit of him speaking there. That event is in, where is it? Washington, D.C. See, there's Israeli flags there. Let me just real quick do this. All right, we'll keep an eye on that for when he speaks. He's supposed to start speaking soon. All right. So let's keep an eye on that. You know, he might be talking a bunch about he might be talking about the situation with Hezbollah. I don't know. The actual event that he is speaking at, I'll have to look it up. It's called Fighting Anti-Semitism in America. Who is putting on the event? I'll have to look that up. According to The Hill, it's the Israeli-American Council, the IAC. Wikipedia says the Israeli-American Council is a non-profit organization to represent and serve the approximately 125,000 Israeli Americans. I don't know much about them. All right, well, keeping an eye on that. But he's supposed to speak shortly. Okay, in the meantime, let me check for some updates here. Hang on a moment. There's a lot to check up. It is 1:37 a.m. Israel and Lebanon time. 1:37 a.m. Merck says, since the exploding cell phone event, has Hezbollah launched any rocket attacks at Israel? Actually, there were a number of Israeli airstrikes on Hezbollah targets, and Hezbollah launched strikes on Israel today. So we will talk about that. And let me talk about that right now. Give me a moment. Yeah, I'm just pulling up something here. So AP reported that where's this thing here? Hezbollah struck at least 4 times in northern Israel today, and 2 Israeli soldiers were killed in a strike earlier in the day. I think these might have been like drone strikes, actually. So let me get the details on the Hezbollah strikes today. Yeah, so Manny Fabian with Times of Israel said that 2 Israeli soldiers were killed and several others were wounded in Hezbollah missile and drone attacks on northern Israel today, according to the IDF. Oh, I can get you the IDF announcement of that, actually. Manny said that 1 Israeli soldier was killed and another lightly wounded after an explosive-laden Hezbollah drone struck an area in northern Israel. Also today, another Israeli soldier was killed and 8 others wounded, including one seriously, when 2 anti-tank missiles launched by Hezbollah from Lebanon struck an Israeli position in northern Israel. That's from Manny Fabian with Times of Israel. And then Israel said it launched a large number of airstrikes today. As we mentioned earlier, Israel said that its Air Force fighter jets have attacked Hezbollah launchers that were ready, says Israel, to launch projectiles into the territory of the state of Israel. Starting in the afternoon, says Israel, a total of about 100 launchers and other military infrastructure were attacked by Israel, including about 1,000 launch canisters that were ready for immediate launch. That was today. All right, so you're looking here. What I have on the screen is I have the shot of Israel and Lebanon border, but any moment now, Donald Trump is supposed to speak at a Fighting Anti-Semitism in America event. And since it certainly looks like he'll be talking about Israel, given that there are 2 Israeli flags behind the podium, I thought that when he spoke, we would listen to a little bit of what he has to say. Okay. Thanks to Lynn Huey for your support. Thank you so much, Lynn. Bringing you live breaking coverage here. I will keep checking for updates. Yeah, some people have messaged me. There are these unconfirmed reports of an explosion in Iran. I have not heard anything confirmed on that at all. So I don't really know about that. Like Jason Brodsky had said there's unconfirmed video, an unconfirmed report about an explosion at a military base in Iran that specializes in ballistic missiles, but that has not been confirmed at this point. It's kind of like an internet rumor at this point, so I'm not really focused on that. If I hear anything more reliable, I'll let you know. A bunch of our viewers have been asking about Iran's the fact that Iran has not retaliated against Israel yet for the assassination of Ismail Haniyeh, Hamas leader in Tehran. I have no update on that. I don't know. What can I tell you? Iran says they're going to retaliate. I don't know when that'll be and what it will involve. Ariel, our viewer, points out that there is a Security Council Resolution 1701 from the year 2006, which was intended to resolve the 2006 Lebanon war. And it does call for, one of the things it calls for is for Hezbollah to withdraw from southern Lebanon, which has not happened yet. Now, to be clear, though, hold on a second. To be clear, though, with this resolution, I do not hear Israeli politicians frequently talking about this resolution. You know, they're talking about right now, we need to get the tens of thousands of Israeli civilians to be able to live safely in northern Israel again. So I don't know how much of a big political factor this Security Council resolution from 2006 is. I can just say that I don't really hear it mentioned. Now, maybe it's an undercurrent, but I don't really hear it actively mentioned by Israeli leaders these days. But maybe it's something that's just assumed that they're aware of and people know about. I just don't know. But I don't hear them saying things like, we need to attack Israel. We need to attack Hezbollah to get Security Council Resolution 1701 followed. Hold on. Thank you, Ariel, though, for mentioning that. I appreciate it.
If I could have
you can find more about that if you look up. Oh, hold on. If you look up Security Council Resolution 1701 on Wikipedia, you can read about it. So Trump is about to speak.
And I'll be acting as the MC and the host for your evening tonight. And as is customary at any event that is done in a Jewish community, we are going to have two invocations today to start the program. The first invocation will be given by the chief chaplain.
All right, I'm gonna put a little live thing up there, but again, that event is a Fighting Anti-Semitism in America event in Washington, D.C., and Trump is going to be speaking at it. So, given that it might involve him speaking about Israel, and we're covering Israel-Hezbollah hostilities, I thought we might hear of some of what he says. That's why I have it up there. Let me actually put a little thing up there that says live, if I can. Live. Is this going to work? Oops. That's obviously too big. Is that too small? Is that going to work there? Live. Okay. All right, so we'll keep an eye on that. And we'll keep an eye on, as soon as when he starts speaking, I will play some of it. Let's see here. I will ask the poll question also that I ask sometimes, which is, will there be an all-out war between Israel and Hezbollah in the next 2 months? That's what I'm asking you guys as the poll question. Oops. No, the idea is you got to like vote in the poll. And I'll post it on Twitch as well. Over there on YouTube, our viewers say, wow, it's a pretty high number. On YouTube, 71% of the viewers on YouTube thinks there's going to be an all-out war between Israel and Hezbollah in the next 2 months. 71% of our YouTube viewers think that. A lot think it on Twitch. Wow. It's pretty high. Same on, very similar number on Twitch. %68% on Twitch. Stephen Drysdale thinks it was the exploding electronics that swayed the forces. Marty Hagwood thinks it will get real ugly before it gets over. PVT Mo Lester says, so far Israel has done exactly what they said they're going to do. Webb says, I would be shocked to see an all-out war. Oops, sorry. Oops, there we go. Murph says sacred days coming. The Israeli high holidays this year are, I'm looking it up. Rosh Hashanah begins the night of October 2nd. Yom Kippur is October 11th. Marcia Brager thinks there are crazier days in upcoming. All right, thank you for voting in the poll. So 73% of you on YouTube and 63% of Twitch think there will be an all-out war between Hamas and Israel in the next 2 months. While we're waiting to get some remarks from Trump, which we're going to check out on the situation. Oh, you know what I should do? I should show you another video on what's going on that I have here. So you see this article here? Hold on. How can I do this? Give me a second and I'll do this. One moment. One moment here. Okay, if you see this article here, Israel unleashes heavy strikes on Lebanon as U.S. urges urgent diplomatic solution. So that article has a video with it, which I was going to maybe show you. I also have video that I should show you of, there's video I can show you of some of the Israeli strikes today. I got to download that video so I can show it to you. Let me download that too. We want to get, where is it here? I have to find it. This is from today. Where is it? Here, I got it. I found it. Now I just got to download the video. Or I might just put it on the screen for you. Oh, hold on, what's happening here? I'll show you that video shortly.
I am somewhat humbled by the awesome responsibility that I'm given tonight to introduce great leaders in the Jewish nation. But before we begin, it's so incumbent upon all of us to realize and recognize that anti-Semitism is running rampant throughout the United States and the world. We need to reflect that we are not learning anything from the history of the Jewish nation, and we must take those lessons and understand them. In 1933, college campuses in Germany all had anti-Jewish protests. People were silent. No leaders had the courage to stand up against the anti-Semitic attacks that were occurring on students. Nobody had the courage to stand up to the attacks on Jewish businesses. People created Jewish-free zones, and nobody had the courage to take the time to protest or to have their voices heard. My friends, that's less than 100 years ago, and we witnessed a Holocaust where 6 million of our brethren were killed.
So this is the Israel American Council National Summit. And we have it on the screen because Trump is about to speak there. And this is being put on by the Israeli American Council in Washington, D.C. Okay, so I'm going to keep an eye on that. We'll put the audio on when Trump speaks. And what I was going to do is I had a couple things I wanted to show you in the meantime. Is this going to work? So I have a little video for you from AFP of Israeli strikes hitting southern Lebanon earlier today. Let me show you that. I got to just do it this way. Okay, so this is from earlier today. See, it says Israeli strikes hit Rihan village in southern Lebanon. So let me just play this. Again, this is from AFP. You're going to see it in a second, hopefully. Hopefully, if this all works. If this all works, give it a few seconds. I don't think there's that much lead time on it, but maybe I'll forward it a little bit. Oh, hold on. There it is. There it is. All right, here, watch this. This is a video from southern Lebanon today of Israeli strikes. You see, it's going to start playing in a second. I don't know if it has sound on it. There it is. These are some video of Israeli strikes in southern Lebanon today, earlier today. I think there's no sound on it, however. There's some more explosions. Oh, you know what? There might be sound on this. Hold on a second. There might be sound. Give me a second. Is there sound? I think there might be. I'm going to see. Give it a second. Wait for the next explosion and see if there might. Let's see. Yep, there is. This is earlier today. Earlier today. This is AFP footage from earlier today. In southern Lebanon. So this is not live. It is from earlier today, some of the Israeli airstrikes. I don't know exactly where this camera is located. It's footage that was obtained by AFP. Look at that. Yes, this is earlier today. This is not live. It's earlier today. I don't know what time this was today. Could have been a few hours ago. I don't know if it was morning or night. All right, this is more footage from earlier today. Wow. This was Rihan village in southern Lebanon. Rihan village, according to AFP. It is not live. This was hours ago. At some point it'll start. I think it's repeating now. I think it might be repeating now. This is a loop video, so the video is. I don't know if it's repeating. The video has a loop, but I don't know that it's looped yet. Yeah, that might be that. Yeah, it just looped. It just looped. Okay. Anyways, so. That just gives you, again, that's from AFP, and that gives you a sense of some of the Israeli strikes earlier today. I guess it's now Friday there, but I wanted to show you that. Let's see here. And what we're looking at now is a live shot of the Israel-Lebanon border at 2 a.m. And at the top there, I'm showing you that event. It's an anti-Semitism, I think it's fighting anti-Semitism event that Donald Trump is going to speak at the Israeli-American Council. So when he speaks, we will play a bit of what he has to say. Quick thanks to Marty Hagwood. Hey, Marty, that's really nice of you. I really appreciate your support. Thank you, Marty. Yeah, as Alaun says, there are frequently Israeli airstrikes in southern Lebanon. However, the ones from today were reported to be some of the strongest in the past year. Yeah, look, so Reuters has this article today. Hold on, let me just show you this. Real quick. Israel unleashes heavy strikes on Lebanon as U.S. urges urgent diplomatic solution. So their article says Israeli warplanes carried out late on Thursday their most intense strikes on South Lebanon in nearly a year of war. Lebanese security sources said, heightening the conflict between Israel and Lebanese armed group Hezbollah amid calls for restraint. So according to Reuters sources, these were the most intense airstrikes since October 7th, and then following October 7th, Hezbollah started launching strikes on northern Israel in support of Hamas. Israel would respond, retaliate, and they've been going back and forth since last year. Okay. Also, let me just give you a little more of this from Reuters. The White House said a diplomatic solution was achievable and urgent, and Britain called for an immediate ceasefire between Israel and Hezbollah. The U.S. is afraid and concerned about potential escalation, said White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre today. The intense Israeli airstrikes today followed attacks earlier in the week attributed by Lebanon and Hezbollah to Israel that blew up Hezbollah radios and pagers, killing 37 people and wounding about 3,000 in Lebanon. In today's airstrikes, Israel launched dozens of bombs across southern Lebanon, 3 Lebanese security sources said. Israeli radio stations reported that dozens of fighter jets struck Hezbollah targets, including around 100 rocket launchers. The leader of Hezbollah spoke today, Hassan Nasrallah. He said the device explosions of the pagers and the walkie-talkies in the last 2 days, Hassan Nasrallah said those explosions crossed all red lines. He said the enemy went beyond all controls, laws, and morals, he said. He said the attacks by Israel on the pagers and walkie-talkies could be considered war crimes or a declaration of war, Reuters reports. Israel has not directly commented on the pager and radio detonations, which security sources say were probably carried out by its Mossad spy agency, which has a long history of carrying out sophisticated attacks on foreign soil. The Lebanese mission to the UN said today that Israel was responsible for detonating the devices via electronic messages and explosives implanted in the devices before they arrived in Lebanon, in line with theories that have circulated since the explosions. The UN Security Council will meet tomorrow to discuss the device blasts. By the way, thanks to Eamon O'Leary. Remember, there is a threat. It's unclear if Israel is going to launch a major military operation against Hezbollah in Lebanon. Israel has been saying in recent days that it is moving its war to the north. It's moving the focus of the war to the north, and that it wants to change the situation so that about 60,000 people who have Israelis who have left their homes near Lebanon because of the back and forth between Israel and Hezbollah because of the Hezbollah attacks, Israel wants those people to be able to move back home. So Reuters says, as the speech of Hezbollah leader Hassan Nasrallah aired today, deafening sonic booms from Israeli warplanes shook Beirut, a sound that has become common in recent months but has taken on a greater significance as the threat of all-out war has steadily ramped up. The Israeli defense minister said today that Israel will keep up military action against Hezbollah. He said, in the new phase of the war, there are significant opportunities, but also significant risks. Hezbollah feels it is being persecuted, and the sequence of military actions will continue, said the defense minister. And he said, our goal, Israel's goal, is to ensure the safe return of Israel's northern communities to their homes. As time goes by, Hezbollah will pay an increasing price, said the defense minister. As Reuters points out, since the start of the Israel-Hamas war in Gaza, constant exchanges of fire have happened on the northern Israeli border with Hezbollah. Although neither Hezbollah nor Israel has allowed this to escalate into a full-scale war, it has led to the evacuation of tens of thousands of people from the border area on both sides. Hassan Nasrallah, the leader of Hezbollah, said today that Hezbollah hoped Israeli troops would enter southern Lebanon because that would create a, quote, historic opportunity for Iran-backed Hezbollah. Hassan Nasrallah, leader of Hezbollah, pledged today that no Israeli military operation or killing or assassinations or all-out war would return Israeli residents to the border area. Nasrallah said, yes, we received a big and harsh blow, talking about the device explosions, but this is also the nature of war, said Nasrallah today. We know that our enemy has superiority on the technological level, and we have never said otherwise. He said, the Iran's Revolutionary Guard commander, Hossein Salami, told Nasrallah today that Israel will face a crushing response from the axis of resistance. Meanwhile, Secretary of State Blinken from the U.S. today urged restraint, saying he did not want to see any escalatory actions by any party that makes a Gaza ceasefire deal even more difficult. Reuters also reports that the attacks on Hezbollah communications equipment sowed fear across Lebanon, with people abandoning electronic devices for fear of carrying bombs in their pockets. We're gonna talk more in a little bit about some specifics about the device explosions in Israel and not in Israel, in Lebanon. The Hezbollah pagers and the Hezbollah walkie-talkies. Thanks to Janice McConnell for your support. I've been keeping an eye on this because, again, Trump is supposed to speak at any moment. Matthew Schumacher, our viewer, thinks Israel has shown restraint. Matthew says that he would not have shown if he were calling the shots. Bad Touchery says, these guys seriously sound like kids on a playground with the boasts. Jim says, centuries of discord between Jews, Muslims, etc. were not changing this, unfortunately. Mo DeGrassi thinks that Hezbollah is bluffing. They don't have reliable communications. AFC 2004 thinks Israel will lose badly if ground troops enter Lebanon. Maybe I'll play this. Let me play a little. I have a video for you that goes with that article from Reuters about the situation. Maybe I'll play that while we wait. While I'll keep an eye on this to see when Trump speaks. Just we'll watch a few minutes of that, and we'll give you other updates too. But while I have a second here, this is a video that goes along with. Hold on. That goes along with the Reuters article I was just reading. Israel unleashes heavy strikes on Lebanon as U.S. urges urgent diplomatic solution. Let's take a quick look at this Reuters video about the situation. Has some sound on it. There is Hassan Nasrallah speaking today, the leader of Hezbollah. All right, I'm gonna hit play on this right now.
The leader of the powerful Hezbollah militant group in Lebanon on Thursday blamed Israel for a stunning wave of deadly.
Let me turn the volume up a little bit. Volume up a little bit. I gotta turn the volume up a little bit. See if that helps.
The country. A speech broadcast from an undisclosed location.
All right, that's better. Here we go. I'm going to turn it up a little more. Oh, I know what I did wrong. Sorry. I got it. The volume will be better now. Here we go. This is from Reuters.
The leader of the powerful Hezbollah militant group in Lebanon on Thursday blamed Israel for a stunning wave of deadly attacks that detonated thousands of electronic devices across the country. In a speech broadcast from an undisclosed location, Hassan Nasrallah called the attack, quote, unprecedented in the militant group's history.
Thousands of pagers were targeted by the Israeli enemy, and they were all detonated at the same time. The enemy violated through this attack all the regulations, laws, and red lines.
Lebanon and Hezbollah have blamed Israel for attacks on Hezbollah's communications equipment that killed at least 37 people and wounded around 3,000. Nasrallah acknowledged the attacks represented what he called a major security and military blow. Dozens of funerals show the reach of the strike.
Hold on. I just wanted to not show. That's fine. I didn't want to show on that video. There's a clip of that you just saw a little of, and then you see the guy like writhing around in pain. So I don't want to show a guy on the ground writhing around in pain. I'm gonna skip the part of the video where it shows the guy in pain on the ground from his pager exploding. We'll skip that part, and I'll get you back to the video though. Sorry, I did not realize they were going to show that, but I'm going to skip over that part of the guy on the ground in pain. Now we'll do this. All right, here's the video back.
Sometimes at funerals of those killed in the first wave. On Thursday, the Lebanese army conducted...
Yeah, so that video you just saw, that clip you just saw, this was from yesterday, and this was reportedly a walkie-talkie explosion at a funeral for victims of the pager explosions. That one you just saw right there. This right here. This is a video. Again, this is a Reuters video. But this is a video of what is supposed to be a... hold on a second here. A walkie-talkie explosion yesterday in Lebanon at a funeral for victims of the pager explosions the day before.
Sometimes at funerals of those killed in the first wave. On Thursday, the Lebanese army conducted what it said was the controlled demolition of a battery from inside a communications device. Israel has not commented directly on the attacks, which security sources say were probably carried out by its Mossad spy agency. But as Nasrallah spoke, the roar of Israeli jets could be heard over Beirut. Sonic booms as the aircraft broke the sound barrier thundered over the city. Israel said its warplanes struck southern Lebanon overnight. Hezbollah reported that airstrikes resumed in the border area in the afternoon. The cross-border strikes between the combatants have escalated since October 7th, when Hezbollah fired on Israel in support of Hamas's attack on Israeli communities from Gaza. Israel says its conflict with Hezbollah, like its war in Gaza against Hamas, is part of a wider regional confrontation with Iran, which sponsors both groups, as well as armed movements in Syria, Yemen, and Iraq. The conflict has repeatedly threatened to spread. Iran has promised to hit back at Israel for what it says was an Israeli strike that killed a Hamas leader in Tehran. Iranian state media reported the commander of the country's Revolutionary Guards told Hezbollah's Nasrallah that Israel will face a, quote, crushing response from the axis of resistance for its attack on the group's communications devices.
All right, that was from Reuters, that Reuters video, and I want to get you back now because Trump has actually started speaking. We'll listen to a little of what he has to say. He is speaking at a Fighting Anti-Semitism in America event.
Usually puts you out of politics, but I've said much worse than that. But she's a beautiful woman, and she really is with the most incredible family. And she came to me about endorsing someone in her area who had no chance, and I said, okay, we'll do it, against an incumbent Republican that I didn't like very much and probably didn't like me. So we took a chance, Mary, didn't we? Mary Miller, we took a chance, and our candidate won in a landslide, right? So that was great.
I'm assuming he's going to speak about the situation in Israel, which is why I'm showing some of this.
Ambassador Lana Marks, who was terrific. Thank you, Lana. Good job. You did a great job as ambassador. West Virginia Treasurer Riley Moore. Thank you, Riley. Thank you. Going on to very big things, actually. Jacob Hellberg. Jacob, thank you. Thank you, Jacob. Great job. Somebody who's very talented, knows a lot about a lot at a very young age. Morgan Ortegas. Morgan. Thank you, darling. And also somebody who defends me so well, Elizabeth Pipko. Elizabeth? Wow, I watched you last night, Elizabeth. You were brutal to this other person. They didn't have a chance last night, Elizabeth. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. We need all the defense we can get. And a friend of mine and a man who's actually a great environmentalist. He really is a great one. And he wrote a book on Donald Trump as a great environmentalist, which is actually true, but a lot of people don't know that. But I'm an environmentalist with common sense. I like buildings to have windows. You know, they'd like to close up all windows. The building should be built 90 stories tall, but that doesn't matter, but it can't have any windows. The things they're doing with the Green New scam is just unbelievable. 97 trillion. How can we do that, Ted? I think that's very doable. 97 trillion. Most people don't know what that means. Nobody knows. Nobody's ever heard of a number. To do the Green New scam the way they want it. 97, that's more than China, the United States, and every country in the world for the next 200 years has. But they go along with it anyway. But he's a great gentleman and a friend of mine, Ed Russo. Where is Ed? I'll tell you, that's great that Ed is here. Wow. Before we begin, I just want to mention some polls that just came out. And I've decided to go back to doing this because they never release the polls when they're good. And they've been really good, and they don't release them. And unless one comes out, they had one that came out the other day where they interviewed 51% Democrat, 22% Republican. Trump's down by 6. I said, how the hell can you win on a poll like that? When you're down by, they interview 40% more Democrats, and then they say, if you're down by 6, that means you're actually winning by about 15. But we don't go with that, but we do go with the respected polls, and we go with polls because they don't want to release them because they've all been pretty good. In the very, very, I think, accurate poll over the last 9 or 10 years, I think Rasmussen's been really one of the best, and it was just released a little while ago. I'm leading by 8 points against a woman that you cannot allow to happen. I mean, honestly, you are generally Jewish people. We have a lot of good Christians there that love Israel, by the way. In many ways, they love Israel more than Jewish people love Israel, which is shocking, but nevertheless, we'll take it, right? We have a lot of great Christians that love Israel, but we're up by 8 with Rasmussen. We're at 52 to 44, so that's a big one. And we're up by 11 with independents in Rasmussen also. Just came out. That's a lot because, as you know, Rick Scott, we were talking about it a little while, and independents are very important. And when you're up by that number, that's a pretty good thing. Then the Emerson poll, highly respected. We're up in Arizona. We're up in Wisconsin. And we're up substantially in Pennsylvania. And those are the 3 that they did. And in the New York Times poll even, which is shocking because, I wouldn't say they love me. I wouldn't say I love them either. But I'm up by 9 in the Midwest. That's a big one. And the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, we're up by at least 3 in Georgia. And CNN has us up. I love seeing like a CNN and then we're up. So if you're up 5, you're probably up 20 or something. But in CNN, we're up 5 in Arizona. The Daily Express poll has us up 5 in all of the battleground states, which is great. So I say 47 days from now, we're going to defeat Kamala Harris. You have to defeat Kamala Harris. More than any other people on earth, Israel, I believe, has to defeat her. You know that? And I've never said this before. I'm thinking, Miriam, more than any people on earth, Israel has to defeat her. I really believe that it's a disaster for Israel. And you know why, and you've heard her statements. We're going to take back our country, and we're going to make Israel great again, and we're going to make America great again. We're going to make them both great again, greater than ever before. We've gathered today to talk about the scourge of anti-Semitism tonight. We're 2 weeks away from the 1-year anniversary of the worst attack on the Jewish people since the Holocaust. Without question. On October 7th, which would have never happened if I was president, by the way, I have to always preface it by saying it would have never, ever happened. Innocent men, women, children, and babies were tortured, maimed, kidnapped, and killed. It was an amazing sight, especially if you were able to see, and you don't want to necessarily see it, some of the tapes and film that was made of the atrocity. It was a wake-up call for the entire world, and you have to take it that. It is a wake-up call. Get smart. Instead, even here in America, Jewish citizens have been forced to endure the worst outbreak of anti-Semitism in many generations. And so many people shockingly even deny the attack took place. This is a new thing. I saw it recently where they're interviewing people. They said, well, we don't know if there was an attack. I don't know. It's just so terrible. And, you know, there were people I read many times during the Holocaust. We had people denying it. They were deniers. They said, we don't believe it ever took place. And it's a terrible thing when they say that. I never thought I would see anything like what is happening right now. I never thought you'd ever see a thing like this ever happen. It's beyond belief. You know, 15 years ago, Israel was the strongest lobby, if you want to use the word lobby, had the strongest representation of people like this. These are great people, Miriam. But the strongest there was, if you said something about a Jewish person or something about Israel that was bad, you were out of politics. Unless your name was Ted Cruz, he could get through. I think Ted could get through, but maybe not. Maybe even Ted. But it's true. You said something about Israel that was bad. It was like, today, you have to fight. We all have to fight for Israel. I am so surprised to see it, but we're going to win the fight, so don't worry about it, okay? We'll win the fight. There are those that say it's very much like a long time ago when you could say anything, but all across our land you've seen Jewish Americans harassed and attacked and terrorized by anti-Semites and Hamas sympathizers. I can't believe what we've been witnessing over the last year. Actually, I've watched it in great detail. I've watched it, and I've watched it take place. It's hard to believe. Yet, despite presiding over this explosion of anti-Semitism, Kamala Harris has done absolutely nothing. She has not lifted a single finger to protect you or to protect your children or to even protect you with words. I'm here today to tell the Jewish American community that this ugly tide of anti-Semitic, pro-Hamas bigotry and hate will be turned back and crushed starting at noon on January 20th, 2025. Thank you. Thank you. It will be a bright new day for the Jewish community in America. No longer will you have to walk the streets in fear. You're walking the streets in fear. Can you believe it? Young college students are afraid to go to college. It's not something that anybody thought they would ever hear or see. No longer will you be threatened on your college campuses. No longer will you be discriminated against in college admissions. And no longer will your own government import jihadists from places that we don't even want to talk about. And they want Jew haters from overseas, and they let them come in and resettle in your communities right here at home, and nobody's ever seen anything like it. My promise to Jewish Americans is this: with your vote, I will be your defender, your protector, and I will be the best friend Jewish Americans have ever had in the White House. You know that. Thank you. But in all fairness, I already am. I think I already am. I don't have to think. In fact, I already am. I am the best defender you've had as president by far. I think there would be no question. Miriam mentioned 4 or 5 of the things. Those, each individual thing. Oh, her husband would drive me crazy. You have to do this. You have to do that. You don't know what I had to put up with. She was like the calming influence. I said, Sheldon, I can't do that. It's too much. He said, no. And every time I got something, he'd immediately start with something else, right? he'd get something, always fighting for Israel and the Jewish people. But, you know, I had such great respect for him. It's true, though. She had to sometimes tell him, calm down. You just had a big victory. Let's celebrate. No, we have to immediately start. Let's see if we can do Golan Heights. How about Golan Heights? They've been trying to get it for 72 years. I got it done in about 15 minutes, okay? So. Even Sheldon couldn't believe that one, I'll tell you. Even Sheldon couldn't believe that one. He said, we just got Golan Heights. They didn't even ask for it. I actually gave you that one. You didn't ask for it, but I thought it was important. Ground zero for the outbreak of the anti-Jewish hate under Kamala Harris has been our college campuses. At UCLA a few months ago, Marxist thugs dressed up like terrorists and created, quote, Jew exclusion zones, blocking Jewish students from entering parts of the campus. Can you imagine that? A week after the October 7th attack on Israel, anti-Semites at Miami University in Ohio sent Jewish students and staff an email that said, quote, the best Jew is a dead Jew, end of quote. This is stuff that's not even thinkable. And the colleges do nothing about it, too. Most of them. At Baruch College, a mob of Hamas supporters targeted a group of innocent Jewish freshmen at a welcoming dinner, shouted slurs and mocked them for the death of Jewish hostages in Israel. At Princeton University, radical activists displayed the Hezbollah flag very proudly. At Columbia, you watched that along with everybody else. It was terrible. They took control of the school buildings, these magnificent buildings. They beat the hell out of them, by the way. And the campus became so dangerous for Jewish students at the university, rabbi told them, please go home, go home. A Yale professor called October 7th an extraordinary day. It was a great day, he said. A Cornell professor said that these heinous attacks were, quote, exhilarating and energizing to everyone. Kamala Harris said that the radical demonstrators on college campuses were, quote, human emotion should be this way. This is her message. This is somebody that's among two people. So we started off with 350 million. Of course, we really don't know how many people we have in the country anymore. They're coming in so fast at the border. Many criminals.
All right.
Many.
So I'm going to go back. I wanted to let you guys hear some of what Trump had to say about Israel stuff. You heard him talk about anti-Semitism in the U.S., but given that we're covering the Israel-Hezbollah hostilities, I figured we would hear a bit more of what he has to say. If you want to see the rest of it, you can probably find it online somewhere. But I'm going to go back to some of the updates about the situation now. So let me do this. Let me do this. And that. Who knows? Maybe we'll check in later. All right. So you heard Trump speaking. We have been here covering the latest developments between Israel and Hezbollah. There are concerns that there could be an all-out war between Israel and Hezbollah in Lebanon. Israel launching a large number of airstrikes today. Reuters say that the Israeli airstrikes today on Hezbollah in Lebanon were the strongest, were the biggest airstrikes by Israel on Hezbollah since the start of the hostilities at the end of last year, since October 7th. And Hezbollah launched some attacks on Israel today. 2 Israeli soldiers were killed in, I believe it was missile and drone attacks today. So we are bringing you updates, and we're going to show you some stuff, take some comments on the air from you guys. I also want to talk more about the pager explosions and the pager explosions and the walkie-talkie explosions. I want to talk about those as well. But you know what I want to mention? Look at this. Is Israel planning for a war with, where is it here? Is Israel planning for a war with Hezbollah? This is what we've been talking about. Is Israel planning for a war with Hezbollah? We got an AP article here, some reporting on this. Is a war coming? So I want to talk about this for a second. This picture says an Israeli firefighter works to extinguish a fire after a rocket fired from Lebanon hit an open field in northern Israel. Let me just make sure I'm not missing any updates from the last couple minutes, by the way. I want to do that real quick. Here's the live shot from the border there. All right, hang on a moment here. If you are hearing updates or have comments, questions, you can write to me on X at Lookner. Oh, you know what? I was sorry. I was checking something and I wasn't checking. Walter, why is there no audio? Oh, I know why. All right, let's talk about this. Here. Is Israel preparing for a war with Hezbollah? AP says, with Israel's defense minister announcing a new phase of the war and an apparent Israeli attack setting off explosions in electronic devices in Lebanon, the specter of all-out combat between Israel and Hezbollah seems closer than ever before, says AP. Hopes for a diplomatic solution to the conflict appear to be fading quickly as Israel signals a desire to change the status quo in the country's north, where Israel has exchanged cross-border fire with Hezbollah since the Lebanese militant group began attacking on October 8th, a day after the Israel-Hamas war began in Gaza. In recent days, Israel has moved a powerful fighting force up to the northern border. Officials have escalated their rhetoric, and Israel's security cabinet has designated the return of tens of thousands of displaced residents to their homes in northern Israel as an official war goal. Troops from Israel are being drawn from Gaza to the northern border, AP reports. While the daily fighting between Israel and Hezbollah has escalated on several occasions, the bitter enemies have been careful to avoid an all-out war, but that appears to be changing, especially after pagers, walkie-talkies, and other devices exploded in Lebanon the last 2 days, killing at least 20 people and wounding thousands in a sophisticated attack that is being widely blamed on Israel. Now, this is interesting. Listen to this. Retired Israeli Brigadier General Amir Avivi, who leads Israel Defense and Security Forum, a group of hawkish former military commanders, said, "You don't do something like that. You don't do something like the pager and walkie-talkie attacks, hit thousands of people, and think war is not coming." He says, why didn't we do it for 11 months? Because we were not willing to go to war yet. What's happening now? Israel is ready for war. That's what he thinks. As fighting in Gaza has slowed, Israel has fortified forces along the northern border with Lebanon, including the arrival this week of a powerful army division that took part in some of the heaviest fighting in Gaza. The 98th Division is believed to include thousands of troops, including paratrooper infantry units and artillery and elite commando forces specially trained for operations behind enemy lines. Their deployment to the north, near Lebanon, was confirmed by an official with knowledge of the matter who spoke on the condition of anonymity to discuss troop movements. That division played a key role in Gaza, spearheading the army's operations in the southern city of Khan Yunis, a Hamas stronghold. That offensive inflicted heavy losses on Hamas fighters and tunnels, but also wreaked massive damage, sent thousands of Palestinians fleeing, and resulted in scores of civilian deaths. Israel says Hamas endangers civilians by hiding in residential areas. The Israeli military also said it staged a series of drills this week along the border. The mission is clear, said the head of Israel's Northern Command. We are determined to change the security in the north reality, that we are determined to change the security reality as soon as possible. Also, keep in mind, as I mentioned earlier in the stream, Israel told people in another number of northern communities near Lebanon to stay near their shelters. Keep that in mind. That was a couple hours ago when that happened. Right here. Following the assessment of the situation and subject to the directives of the Home Front Command and the Northern Command, instructions for people in these areas of northern Israel near Lebanon, translate, everybody in those areas needs to, movements in the area, in these areas must be reduced. Avoid gatherings. The gates of the settlement must be controlled. Stay near protected areas, like shelters. That came out a few hours ago. Okay? Stargazer says any minute now. Manny Fabian of the Times of Israel described that warning as, after intensive airstrikes in southern Lebanon, the IDF publishes a list of guidelines for civilians in several communities and cities in northern Israel. The IDF calls on civilians in those areas to reduce movement outside of homes, avoid large gatherings, guard the entrances to the community, and remain close to bomb shelters. The guidelines are until further notice. And then just to finish talking about this article over here, is Israel preparing for a war with Hezbollah by AP. A new phase of the war. Remember, Israel has been saying the last few days that they're shifting the focus of the war to the north. Here is Israel, there is Lebanon in the north. Gaza is down here. Gaza is not in the north. Israel says it's shifting the focus to the north. Lebanon, where Hezbollah is. The military's movements in recent days, such as, AP reports, the 98th Division being shifted to the north, AP says the Israel military's movements have been accompanied by heightened rhetoric from Israel's leaders who say their patience with Hezbollah is running thin. Defense Minister Gallant said Wednesday night there's a start of a new phase of the war as Israel turns its focus toward Hezbollah. The center of gravity is shifting to the north by diverting resources and forces, he said. He spoke a day after Israel's cabinet made the return of displaced residents of the north to their homes in northern Israel a formal goal of the war. That's the residents on near Lebanon who have been forced to leave northern Israel and not live in their homes temporarily because of the Hezbollah strikes on northern Israel from Lebanon. The move to make it a formal goal of the war to get these residents back in their homes in northern Israel was largely symbolic. Israeli leaders have long pledged to allow these residents to go home, but elevating the significance of the aim signaled a tougher stance. Prime Minister Netanyahu said Wednesday, "We will return the residents of the north securely to their homes." Let's see here. Netanyahu told a U.S. representative that residents cannot return in northern Israel without, quote, "a fundamental change in the security situation in the north." So what's going to happen there? Is war inevitable? Asked the article. Is war inevitable in the north? Given that Israel is saying that they want to get northern Israel, they want to get those tens of thousands of Israeli residents back to their homes in northern Israel. But, as I mentioned, the leader of Hezbollah said today that Hezbollah is going to keep doing its attacks. What was the quote in the Reuters article from Hassan Nasrallah today? Look at this. This is from Reuters. Hassan Nasrallah, leader of Hezbollah, said no military escalation by Israel or killings or assassinations or all-out war by Israel would return Israeli residents to the border area. That's what he said. So something's got to give here. Something has to give either way. Is war inevitable? Israeli media reported Wednesday that the government has not yet decided whether to launch a major offensive in Lebanon. Much, it seems, will depend on Hezbollah's response. Now, this article was written before Nasrallah's speech today. But public sentiment in Israel appears to be supportive of tougher action against Hezbollah. Okay. The retired general, that Israeli general that AP talked to, said there's a lot of pressure from the society to go to war and win. Unless Hezbollah tomorrow morning says, okay, we got the message, we're pulling out of South Lebanon, which they did not say, war is imminent. Such a war would almost certainly prove devastating to both sides. Okay. Israel inflicted heavy damage on Lebanon during a month-long war against Hezbollah in 2006 that ended in a stalemate. Israeli leaders have threatened even tougher action this time around, vowing to repeat the scenes of destruction from Gaza in Lebanon. But Hezbollah has also built up its capabilities since 2006. Hezbollah has an estimated 150,000 rockets and missiles, some believed to have guidance systems that could threaten sensitive targets in Israel. It has also developed an increasingly sophisticated fleet of drones. Capable of striking all parts of Israel, Hezbollah could bring life in Israel to a standstill and send hundreds of thousands fleeing. So, what do you think? Will we see war? Are these actions from Israel now, with the pager explosions and moving armed forces to the north and saying things like this is a new phase of the war and saying that it's a goal to get these people back to it's now a goal of the war to get the Israeli residents back in their homes in northern Israel? Is that actually just, are they trying to basically intimidate Hezbollah into not fighting a war? Are they trying to get Hezbollah to back down and say, like, okay, we'll stop attacking northern Israel or something like that to avoid a war? Is Israel signaling that there's going to be a war, or are they trying to intimidate Hezbollah into maybe backing down before a war? Those are two different options. I don't know what you guys think. So let me ask you guys, as we look at the live shot from Israel-Lebanon border. But I thought that was a helpful article talking about it there. Misunderstood says, sounds like they're goading them to fight. Chris B says, I don't even think Hezbollah can get past the Iron Dome in the F-35s. Pogo Bukin thinks Israel's going to finish Hezbollah. Ocean Mist thinks they're trying to intimidate or deter Hezbollah. Uncovered Cube thinks Israel wants to fight and the U.S. is telling them no. Aaron B says it's another waiting game. Harper Ann thinks Israel is trying to get Hezbollah to back down. Greg Andrews says this is going to get really ugly. Sad times for all nations involved. Let me show you what it looks like in Beirut right now. That is Beirut, Lebanon, right there, in the middle of the. Well, it's not on the border. It's more in the middle, but that is Beirut, Lebanon. Live shot there. Joshua A says Israel may push into Lebanon and create an occupied area they can annex later. Kinsley says schools are closed in northern Israel tomorrow, some areas. I'll have to look that up. Go back to the northern border shot. I'm not saying you're wrong. I just haven't seen that report about the schools. I don't know what's going to happen. I honestly don't know. I mean, Israel is saying they're certainly acting like it's this huge priority to get their residents back to their homes in northern Israel. But something's going to have to change because Hezbollah is not going to stop attacking northern Israel. At least that's what they say. Hey, thanks to Red Squirrel in Chris Canada, Quebec City, and Angry Tacos, and Anonymous Nobody for your support. I really appreciate it. Also, I want to shout out our moderators. Oh, thanks to CIA Monitor for your support. Thanks to our mods as well, like Big Ball of Yarn, David Green, Good Luck Duck, Idaho Star, McBritches, Surly Dev, and Kay Lowry Body, Christina Neal, Paul Anderson, Charlotte Webb, thank you, Margaret Riley. Also, Ruth Krafasi over there on YouTube moderating. Linda Belk and Larry on X. Really appreciate all of our moderators. One of our viewers mentioned to me Supergram. Supergram mentioned that the Wall Street Journal is reporting that after a month of saying a ceasefire and a hostage deal between Israel and Gaza is close at hand, Israel and Hamas is close at hand, senior U.S. officials are now privately acknowledging they don't expect Israel and Hamas to reach an agreement before the end of President Biden's term. One official told the Wall Street Journal, "No deal is imminent. I'm not sure if it ever gets done." One of the reasons given for this in the article is that the two-day explosive pagers and walkie-talkie attack has made the possibility of all-out war much more likely, complicating diplomacy with Hamas. There's other factors cited too in the article. That's by Wall Street Journal. But, I mean, I'm not surprised at that because it hasn't happened yet. But again, the Wall Street Journal is reporting that senior U.S. officials privately acknowledge they do not expect Israel and Hamas to reach an agreement before the end of President Biden's term. Why is that relevant for Hezbollah? Because Hezbollah has said they are going to keep striking northern Israel until the hostilities between Israel and Gaza and Hamas are over. In theory, if Israel reaches a ceasefire with Hamas and the hostilities stop in Gaza, then Hezbollah will stop attacking in northern Israel. Thank you for messaging in about that. Let's see here. Just checking some of the things people have sent me. Ariel thinks the war in the north has already begun. The goal from tomorrow is for Israel to increase the number of its airstrikes to hundreds of strikes a day. That's what our viewer Ariel thinks. That's what Ariel thinks. Benny, our viewer, mentions that Iranian state media reports that the head of the Iranian Revolutionary Guards Corps said Israel will face a crushing response from the axis of resistance for its acts of terror in Lebanon, which are a result of Israeli despair. Is that true? I mean, Iran likes to make big threats a lot. I have no idea. You know, there's some analysis here. Guys, there's some interesting analysis from the Institute for the Study of War, which I want to show you. I really like this site. They do analysis of military topics. Sorry. They talk about like conflicts in different parts of the world, like Russia, Ukraine, you know, Iran, Middle East, all these things. It's a good site, good military analysis. Understandingwar.org, understandingwar.org. And I'm looking at their Iran update from yesterday, which I'll post a link to in the chat. But they talk about the pager and the pager attacks. And walkie-talkie attacks. So I wanted to show you some of what the Institute for the Study of War had to say. They say Israel's multi-stage attack on Hezbollah communications will force Hezbollah to urgently reestablish reliable tactical communications in case of an Israeli offensive campaign into Lebanon. Hezbollah had recently ordered the pagers to communicate across its ranks after Hezbollah Secretary General Hassan Nasrallah warned group members in February 2024 to limit cell phone usage to avoid Israeli surveillance and detection. The walkie-talkies were reportedly a backup communication method intended to be used only in a war with Israel. I think Axios reported that. Hezbollah has limited options to rapidly re-establish long-range communications, to re-establish effective command and control over its members in Lebanon and neighboring countries. Some of these other options are couriers. Hezbollah has relied on couriers. These are people bringing messages. They have relied on couriers in the past, but usually in combination with modern communications devices, such as the pagers or two-way radios that Israel has destroyed. Relying solely on couriers would significantly slow the speed at which Hezbollah commanders could communicate orders to their subordinates to respond to Israeli operations, given the wide geographic distribution of Hezbollah fighters across Lebanon. Couriers could still remain effective within lower Hezbollah echelons operating within one relatively small sector. How about that? Landline phones. Hezbollah has reportedly relied upon an Iranian-financed private telecommunications network that involves fiber optic cables running from Beirut to southern Lebanon in the Bekaa Valley. Hezbollah may rely on this network more heavily now. Landlines can be relatively easily tapped or intercepted, however, and Israel has tapped Hezbollah landlines in the past. Hezbollah may no longer trust landlines following the recent massive security breaches into systems previously thought to be impervious to Israeli hacking. It is unlikely that the fiber optic cable network extends to every tactically significant site inhabited by Hezbollah figures, making this communication method suboptimal. They could also try satellite phones. Hezbollah members, particularly high-level commanders, likely own satellite phones for use in an emergency. Satellite phone networks are not necessarily secure, however. Hezbollah fighters may be hesitant to use electronic devices such as satellite phones because of fears Israel has compromised other supply chains outside of pagers and radios. Satellite phones are also very expensive. Institute for the Study of War also says tactical radio relay systems. Hezbollah could decide to revert to older tactical communication systems. These systems are relatively easy to set up and use compared to landlines and couriers, both of which require substantial infrastructure personnel. These systems can be jammed or intercepted. However, the IDF's ability to intercept these systems and listen in on Hezbollah communications would make using these radio systems substantially less desirable for Hezbollah. And cell phones. Hezbollah previously advised its members to stop using cell phones to avoid Israeli detection and subsequent Israeli targeting, including banning cell phone usage on the battlefield. It is easy to track cell phone movements, which can be used to target Hezbollah fighters. However, the lack of more accessible and rapid options to reestablish communications could force Hezbollah to return to cell phone use, even briefly, in order to effectively respond to a potential Israeli campaign. Hezbollah would risk Israeli surveillance and hacking in the scenario, therefore putting their fighters at greater risk of targeted strikes or advertising their movements. Hezbollah may calculate this as an acceptable risk to assume given the circumstances. The speed at which Hezbollah can bring up and organize these new communication systems will determine how effectively and orderly and how orderly it can in how orderly a fashion it can respond to the Israeli attacks or a potential Israeli campaign. So, look, they're making the point that this attack has really damaged Hezbollah communications, and that could really impact Hezbollah if Israel launches a military campaign, a bigger military campaign, or if Hezbollah is trying to carry out their own response to Israel. And they got to figure out another way to do it. Again, this is from the Institute for the Study of War. Really great site. You can find them at understandingwar.org. I will post the link to the article in the chat in case you want to go to it. I appreciate them letting me show it. Moose says, back to ancient warfare. But it says they might feel like they got to use cell phones now, even though they don't want to. Tom says answering machines will be next. Judd Parker thinks it's starting now. Aleppo Gambit says start collecting soup cans and string. The unknown voice says they can use messenger birds. Connor Murphy thinks they'll resort to landlines since they won't use cell phones, pagers, or walkie-talkies. Helen says Nasrallah has not learned his lesson. It also says here, Iran and its axis of resistance. People have been asking about the Houthis in the chat. So the axis of resistance includes the Houthis and Hezbollah, some militias in Syria and Iraq. Iran and its axis of also Hamas. Iran and its axis of resistance may decide to defend Hezbollah or help it reestablish deterrence with respect to Israel during Hezbollah's short period of vulnerability created by the communications crisis. So that's interesting. They're talking about Hezbollah's short period of vulnerability created by the communications crisis. Will Israel try to take advantage of that window? Iran and its proxies, by extension, rely on Hezbollah to establish deterrence with respect to Israel and to project force and influence throughout the region. Iran and its axis of resistance may seek to defend Hezbollah against any potential Israeli operation in Lebanon, while Hezbollah lacks the tactical communications required to effectively coordinate its own defenses. So what they're saying here is that Iran uses its proxy force Hezbollah as a deterrent because they are a threat to Israel. But so Iran does not want Israel to take advantage of this period of limited communications within Hezbollah to be able to significantly weaken Hezbollah, which gives Iran a big motivation to help defend Hezbollah while they're in this weakened communication state. Iran-backed groups could attempt to restore deterrence with Israel by increasing attacks against Israeli targets or moving personnel and arms along the Iranian ground line of communication to support Hezbollah in Lebanon. We have not independently observed confirmation of any of these indicators. Iran and Iranian-backed groups are likely to attempt to establish deterrence with Israel within the next few days if they choose this course of action, given that the pager attack only generates a temporary effect against Hezbollah's communications and therefore a relatively short period in which Hezbollah is at highest risk. Look, earlier in the broadcast, I was showing you an article by the Washington Post. And what this article had was a number of experts said to the Washington Post that they felt that Israel did not originally intend to carry out the pager and walkie-talkie attack at this time. What they said is it felt to them like this is an attack that Israel intended to carry out like at the start of a major military operation. But they said, some experts in this article said they thought that Israel ended up having to carry out the attack sooner than they wanted to, maybe because Hezbollah was about to discover that their pagers and walkie-talkies were filled with explosives. So, for example, as this one expert said in this article in the Washington Post, Oded Elam, a former senior Mossad operative, said the lack of any major military follow-up by Israel in the hours after the first explosions of the pagers suggests the timing wasn't the optimal one. Okay? And then another expert said, the timing of the pager and walkie-talkie explosions do not reflect a strategic move by Israel. The timing was coincidental because of things that may have happened on the ground that would have allowed the exposure of this capability. So I'm mentioning that because the Institute for the Study of War talks about how they say this is a short window. They say the pager attack only generates a temporary effect against Hezbollah's communications and therefore a relatively short period in which Hezbollah is at highest risk. So is Israel soon going to try to take some military advantage of Hezbollah communications being weakened, or is it possible that they carried out this attack sooner than they really wanted to, and that there's no big Israeli military action that's going to happen in the immediate aftermath of the pager and walkie-talkie attacks, which is interesting to think about. Okay, so some interesting analysis there by Institute for the Study of War. You can find them at understandingwar.org. I think it's very interesting. All right, let me take some comments from you guys here. Oops, hold on a second. Yeah, Institute for the Study of War are not saying, they're just saying that this creates this window of opportunity, window of weakness for Hezbollah. But some of the experts have told the Washington Post in that other article that they thought this was actually not when Israel was really intending to do this. And that there have been a number of reports like this in different outlets that claim that the reason Israel launched the attack on the pagers and walkie-talkies now is because they were about to be found out. Joss says a use it or lose it capability. Hey, quick thanks to Maybe for your support. Does Lebanon has its own army? Yes, but I believe the Lebanese army is weaker than Hezbollah. I mean, if you look like here, you can look at an article on it in, I don't know much about it, but if you look at Wikipedia, you can see it says, the equipment of the Lebanese armed forces is outdated due to lack of funds, political bickering, and until the 2000s, the presence of foreign forces. The Lebanese government is working with its partners to improve the armed forces' capabilities. The United States remains a key partner for Lebanon in this improvement process. About 85% of the Lebanese armed forces is U.S. made. So, with the remaining being UK, French, and Soviet made. So, as to why the Lebanese army is not doing anything to help defend Hezbollah, if that's what you're saying, I mean, looks like they have some pretty significant ties to the U.S. I'm not an expert on Lebanese army versus Hezbollah relations, though. Wikipedia also says that Hezbollah is thought to be stronger than the Lebanese army. Hezbollah has a exceptionally strong military wing thought to be stronger than the Lebanese army. No, Hezbollah is not like the country army of Lebanon. Hezbollah is a particular militia group and political party in Lebanon. They are a Shia Islamist political party and militia group. Lebanon government is split between different sects. You can see here from the Congressional Research Service, Lebanon's diverse population of 5.3 million people includes Christian, Sunni Muslim, and Shia Muslim communities of roughly comparable size. Political posts are divided among the country's various religious groups. So it's not, Hezbollah does not run the country. It's not all Shia Muslim. It's multiple different groups. So the Hezbollah armed forces are not, the Hezbollah forces are not going to have the same goals as the Lebanese army. But I'm not an expert on relations between the Lebanese government and army and Hezbollah armed forces. It's an interesting question. NER viewer thinks Lebanon's government has been very bipolitical. They've been split, but in recent years they've been leaning towards the Hezbollah wing of their government for leadership. Oh, I forgot the poll, didn't I? I did a poll and then forgot about it. No, I forgot to end it. I forgot to end the poll. We did the poll, but then I forgot to end it in YouTube. Sorry, it's been up there for like a while. We did it before. The majority of you thought there would be an all-out war between Hezbollah and Israel within the next 2 months. Thanks to Maybe for the question. Thanks also Ray Serrana for your support. Thank you. Thanks also for your support on Patreon, MG Monkey. That's really nice of you. MG Monkey, thank you. Jack Hackney thinks members of Hezbollah are angry at Israel, but also angry at their own leadership for not vetting the electronic devices. We should talk more about the specific news about the attack. Oh, hold on a second. Let me hang on a second here. Hang on one sec here. I want to talk about the pagers attack a little more. Where is this here? What was I going to show you? Look at this from the Washington Post. Pagers attack brings to life long-feared supply chain threat. And by the way, the New York Times had reported that the pagers were created, I want to show you this. This is what I want to show you. The New York Times had reported that the pagers were created by an Israeli front company. That's what they reported yesterday. So the New York Times had a report saying that hang on a second here. That Israel basically created a company, like a fake. It was a company that really built pagers, but the only the only really important, the key purpose of the company was to produce pagers that Hezbollah would buy. And the Times said that these pagers contained batteries that were laced with the explosive PETN. That's what the New York Times said. So the New York Times said there was this company, BAC Consulting, and it was just an Israeli front company. And they did sell pagers to others, but the point of it was to sell pagers to Hezbollah. That's what the Times reported. And PETN you can see the Wikipedia has an article on PETN. Explosive use. The most common use of PETN is as an explosive with high brisance, the shattering capability of a high explosive, determined mainly by its detonation pressure. It is a secondary explosive, meaning it is more difficult to detonate than primary explosives, so dropping or igniting it will typically not cause an explosion. It is primarily used as the main charges of plastic explosives such as C4. I don't know what all this means. Anyways, if you want, you can read about PETN. That's what the New York Times says. And I was going to show you this. So the Post says the pagers attack. Washington Post says the pagers attack brings to life a long-feared supply chain threat. They say the deadly attack that caused thousands of pagers used by members of Hezbollah to explode shines a spotlight on an inconvenient truth. It is virtually impossible to secure the modern electronic supply chain against a determined and sophisticated adversary. Experts call the Israeli attack unparalleled in the history of spycraft in its scale and casualty count, and believe the risk is low that other governments will follow suit in rigging consumer electronics this way. But the Lebanon attack brings to life a long-theorized worst-case scenario that has troubled governments, including the U.S., as electronic devices have grown more complex and global supply chains more convoluted. The incident may add momentum to political efforts from the U.S. and others to localize more production of critical technologies at home or with trusted allies. A former policy director for the Senate Armored Services Committee, Mark Montgomery, said this exposes the kind of risk we've been running with hardware and software running in countries of concern. Much of the world's electronic supply chain runs through Taiwan or through other countries in East Asia. However, construction of the typical modern gadget involves dozens of countries with a dizzying number of component suppliers, contractors, and subcontractors. When you have these global marketplaces, it's sometimes really hard to figure out exactly where something came from, said this expert, Daniel Castro. Let's see here. How and where the pagers were tampered with is still unclear, and such operations can count among government's most closely guarded secrets. One of the most detailed cases, says the Washington Post, publicly known, surfaced in 2014 via documents leaked by Edward Snowden, formerly an NSA contractor. They described a secret warehouse where NSA workers intercepted electronic devices shipped from U.S. networking supplier Cisco Systems without the company's knowledge. Documents and photos indicated that the workers carefully opened the boxes, implanted surveillance devices into the products, and sent them onward to the unsuspecting overseas customers. Israeli operatives may have used a similar process to intercept pagers after they were shipped from the factory. Now, the New York Times is saying that Israel controlled the factory, but who knows? It's also possible the pagers were tampered with at the factory, a scenario that could require the involvement and secrecy of a greater number of people. And some supply chain infiltrations have involved cooperation from a manufacturer. Andrew Hammond, a historian at the International Spy Museum, said an attack on so many individuals at once with modified gadgets appears to be unprecedented. I certainly can't think of anything that's happened on this scale, he said. It's almost flabbergasting. Israel, working with the U.S., created a cyber weapon called Stuxnet in the late 2000s that infiltrated computers running Iran's uranium enrichment centrifuges and slowly caused the spinning machines to fail while making it look like an operator error. The computer worm stunned cybersecurity experts with its sophistication, but also inadvertently spread to other industrial control computers around the world. Like Stuxnet, this week's pager attack in Lebanon will likely cause security agencies around the world to reassess the potential threats they face. This expert said governments may begin to increase inspections of shipments of consumer goods going in and out of their ports. Anyways. Supply chain attack, it looks like, however it was done. Bree M says, I won't be buying a new phone anytime soon or earbuds or any wearable. This is a Washington Post article, by the way. Sylvia S says, not buying a phone for a long time. Mindy Horstman thinks this will start happening other places now. Rev 310 says, we are witnessing history unfold before our very eyes. Jason Anderson, no, Israel has not claimed responsibility. There are many reports citing various officials in different countries saying Israel did it. Also, I know I read an article in The Economist that said, like, really, who else would have the means and the motive to do it? To both the motive and the means. Nothing else really makes sense. But they haven't officially said it. There's a lot of reporting out there from different outlets saying that they talked to officials in various places, maybe even Israeli officials, and say that Israel did it. So I don't see a realistic alternative. Like in the Times article said, from yesterday, said Israel's neither confirmed or denied it, but 12 current and former defense and intelligence officials who were briefed on the attack say the Israelis were behind it. There's reporting that the U.S. was told about it afterwards by Israel. So I don't really see a realistic alternative. I mean, there's this, AP, Israel warned the U.S. that an operation in Lebanon was coming but gave no details, officials say. U.S. officials told AP that Israel warned U.S. Defense Secretary Austin in a call Tuesday that a military operation was going to take place in Lebanon, but gave no details. The U.S. has acknowledged being briefed following the attack. The Sugar-O says, wonder why they're so scared to just say, yep, we did it. Did I thank Donna Smith and Ray Serrana, by the way? Thank you. Oops, what happened here? Oh, I think we might have lost the feed. Do we lose the feed from? I have the Beirut feed now. I don't have the border feed at the moment. I have the Beirut feed. Hang on, let me put that on the screen. There is Beirut, Lebanon, right there. Hang on a moment here. Oopsie. So I'm just fixing something real quick here. Let's see here. Aki says Israel has the policy of never claiming or denying any attacks. I don't know about any attacks, but I feel like some attacks they don't claim. Maybe attacks in other countries. Higher Wisdom said they never said in the past, why now? Yeah, Politico said in an article a couple days ago, they said Israel rarely takes responsibility for such attacks. But they have a long history of carrying out sophisticated remote operations. It's been, after a day with a lot of strikes by airstrikes by Israel. Reuters said it was the most airstrikes, the biggest burst of airstrikes on Hezbollah since last October, since the start of this round of hostilities between Israel and Hezbollah. There's also been some attacks by Hezbollah on Israel. 2 Israeli soldiers were killed in these Hezbollah attacks today. I believe missiles and drones. Been pretty quiet overnight there. Blissful Essence says the pagers had been in use before. How did a certain message detonate them? Why not just any incoming message? I don't know exactly how the technology would be. How it would work. This is an article from Reuters. Explosives put in devices before they arrived in Lebanon, says Lebanon's UN mission. In the article, it says that the preliminary investigation by Lebanese authorities found that they were implanted with explosives before arriving in the country. Lebanon told the UN. The authorities also determined the devices, which included pagers and handheld radios, were detonated by sending electronic messages to the devices. How exactly, I don't know. So I'm just checking a couple things here. Ooh, what's this? I have a video of another video of some explosions in Lebanon. Today from the Israeli airstrikes. Oops. Let me play this for you. This is from Reuters. Israel unleashes heavy strikes on Lebanon as U.S. UK urge restraint. Play this for you here. Why am I not hearing anything? Oh, you'll hear it in a second. Israel unleashes heavy strikes on Lebanon. This is from Reuters. Hold on. There's a longer video from Associated Press, which I can show again for the people who didn't see it. We showed it before, but it's pretty striking. The one from AP. I'll show you that one. That was the Reuters one. Now I'll show you the video. Again, this is from earlier. This is not a live video. This is from Associated Press. Israeli strikes hitting Rihan village in southern Lebanon earlier today. All right, so you can see that there. Again, this is not live. I think I better put that up on the screen because people will get confused. Earlier today. Oops. Earlier today. Ready? This is from AFP. It'll start in a second. Why are we not hearing anything? We should be, oh, hold on. We should be hearing something. Why is there no sound? Oh, there it is. Here it is. It's coming up. Southern Lebanon earlier today. This was from Israeli airstrikes earlier today. Then it loops, the video loops. The Reuters called this the most intense strikes on southern Lebanon in nearly a year of war, heightening the conflict between Israel and Lebanese armed group Hezbollah amid calls for restraint. So I wanted to show you that. The current time is... What did I just do? I keep doing things I don't want to do. Oops. Hold on a second here. Current time 3:43 a.m. Hang on, I gotta do something now. I gotta do something now. Give me a moment. Thanks for your patience. I just need 2 seconds here. Sorry for the delay. I messed something up. As we look at a shot of Beirut. Why is that doing that? That shouldn't be that. Hold on. Okay. We'll take a few more comments here. Pine Green thinks that Israel has no intention of missing this opportunity to push forward. What were they hitting? Israel said that they hit Hezbollah targets, including, they said, Israel said that it had hit over 100 Hezbollah rocket launchers and other Hezbollah targets. Derek thinks the war is about to pop off tonight. Christian Prepper says, does BAC Consulting have an active webpage? Yeah, if you want to read about that, the New York Times has this whole article about this company that they say was an Israeli front company that built the pagers. I think the article said that the website was not up anymore or something. I'd have to look at the article. You can check out the New York Times article for the details. Oh, is it still up? No, there's a BAC Consulting website, but it's not. There's one from like Texas. That's not it. Then there's another one with a security risk on it. I'm not going to go to that one. Oh, I think it's still posted, actually. If you go to Google and you type in BAC Consulting, it says it's located in Budapest. But if you click on the link on Google, you get a security risk warning. So I'm not going to click on it. See this one here. See, it says BAC Consulting, Budapest. I think that might be the one that the New York Times claims is the company that produced the pagers. But if you click on it, you get... I'm not clicking on that. Potential security risk. The Times claims it's an Israeli front company. DeAndre says, don't get hacked. No, I'm not doing it. Thanks, by the way, to Otis Fats and Fishing247. Thank you so much. It's very nice of you. Thank you. Really appreciate that. Thanks. Yeah, Fishing247, we actually did a stream yesterday talking about the walkie-talkie attack. There were hundreds of people in Lebanon injured and a number killed from the Hezbollah walkie-talkies exploding yesterday, one day after the Hezbollah pagers exploded. By the way, thanks to Donna Smith for your support. Really appreciate it. Donna Smith, thank you, Donna. The video, the video of the airstrike explosions that I was showing you, it was either Thursday night or Thursday morning. I don't know which it was. Thank you, RXLLIN for the gift membership too. I appreciate that. Thank you. Oh, I think I have the Lebanon video back. Sorry, I actually have the for not that much is going on there, but I do have the video back from the Lebanese-Israeli border. We lost the video for a second, but we got it back. Let me just fix something here. Oopsie. Why is it doing that? That's weird. Huh, okay. Why is this not behaving like I want it to? What's happening here? So I'm trying to adjust this thing a little bit, and it's not working properly. It's not working properly. What's happening? All right, I gotta fix this later. I don't know why that's not working the way I want it to. All right, let me see if I have any updates for you. Any other updates? Midas says access the website with the Tor browser. I'm not going to learn how to do that right now. Thank you, Midas. I appreciate that. I'm not going to learn how to do that while on the air. Misty Bonner is wondering if the reported Iranian attempt to sow discord in the elections by Iranian cyber actors has anything to do with the device explosions. My guess is no. My guess is no. I've not heard any kind of expert opinion that there's a connection between the two. If I do, I will certainly let you know. Thank you, Misty, for writing in. Thank you also to Addie Chevris as well. Thanks so much, Addie and Linda Lou. I appreciate that. Thank you. Educate Yourself thinks Lebanon is to blame for allowing Hezbollah to fire over 8,000 rockets into Israel. Well, so Hezbollah is a powerful actor in Lebanon. I know what you're saying, but like, my guess is that there's not like this powerful Lebanese state that can just shut down Hezbollah. Hezbollah has a more powerful military than the Lebanese army. They are also, Lebanon has Shia Muslims and Sunni Muslims and Christians, and their government is divided between the three. But my guess is that the Lebanese government is not in a, which is partially run by Hezbollah, that there's not any, whether it's because of there's a lack of political will or a lack of strength. My guess is that's not a realistic option. I don't have an explanation for you. Why is Hezbollah powerful enough in Lebanon that other interests cannot get it to modify its behavior? But my guess is the explanation is something like they are powerful enough that the other forces in Lebanon, who would probably prefer they don't attack Israel, don't have power over them. Now Broku says because of Iran. Iran is a big supporter of Hezbollah. So I understand the question, but you shouldn't think about it as like big, powerful country Lebanon and little group Hezbollah. It's not like that. Put it that way. Jay Sands thinks Lebanon allowed it to expand in their country. Now they will all live with the consequences. It's an interesting question. I wish I knew more about Lebanese politics and all that. So I'm just checking a couple different outlets here for updates. The UK is urging its citizens to leave Lebanon, the AP reports. The UK's top diplomat is urging British nationals to leave Lebanon. Foreign Secretary David Lammy says the situation could deteriorate rapidly after consecutive rounds of explosive attacks that appear to target Hezbollah. My message to British nationals in Lebanon is leave while commercial options remain, he said. The British government has been advising its citizens to leave the country for more than a month. So that's not new. It's not new that the country is. All right. And regarding the attack yesterday, is this from today? Second day of device explosions in Lebanon killed 25 and wounded more than 600, according to Lebanon's health minister. That was the walkie-talkies. He said today the injuries were more severe in the walkie-talkie attack since the walkie-talkies that exploded were bigger than the pagers that exploded the day before. Of the 608 people wounded on Wednesday in the walkie-talkie explosions, now I think there were a few other devices that exploded too, but mostly walkie-talkies. In the 600 people wounded on Wednesday, 61 remain in intensive care. 141 surgeries were performed, according to Lebanon's health minister. The number of dead in the first day of attacks remained 12. More than 1,300 people on the first day suffered injuries ranging from mid-level to severe. 226 are still in intensive care who were wounded on Tuesday. There were 955 operations performed. So the total from the 2 days of exploding devices are 37 dead and more than 3,000 injured. Many of those killed and wounded were members of the militant Hezbollah group. I also don't know. There were some conflicting reports about what happened to the Iranian ambassador to Lebanon. At one point, the New York Times was saying he lost an eye and then was severely injured in his other eye. That's not been confirmed. The Iranian embassy said that the ambassador's health is very good. I don't know what to tell you about that. And in case you missed this, Lebanon bans pagers and walkie-talkies on all flights departing from Beirut airport. Lebanon's civil aviation authorities have banned pagers and walkie-talkies on all planes departing from Beirut's international airport. The measure came after such devices, mainly used by members of Hezbollah, exploded in different parts of Lebanon, killing dozens and wounding 3,000 people over the past 2 days. Hey, thanks so much to HomeAwares and BBG for your support. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Thanks so much. Why did the ambassador have a Hezbollah pager? Somebody asked that a couple days ago, Manic Miner. I mean, again, you know, Hezbollah is strongly supported by Iran and very close with Iran. So it's not surprising that the Iranian ambassador to Lebanon would be very close with Hezbollah. I don't know exactly why he had a Hezbollah pager, but I wouldn't be surprised that the Iranian ambassador has strong ties to Hezbollah. Oh, I don't know if you didn't see this here also. Here's something else too. U.S. Defense Secretary postpones Israel trip because of the situation between Israel and Hezbollah. This is from Reuters. They say the defense secretary postponed his Israel trip next week amid the escalation on the Israel-Lebanese border, a source told Reuters. The source did not give a reason for the postponement. I wonder if they think that there might be hostilities. You know, if they thought there might be hostilities, they might that could be a reason for postponing the trip. Sativa 2 LOL says the walkie-talkie attack was much bigger blasts. I saw a few cars burning down. Yeah, there were fires caused by that, by the second attack, by the walkie-talkie attack. Those explosions did appear to be bigger. At least some of them. Thank you to our moderators who've been moderating during our coverage, by the way. I really appreciate it. People like Big Ball of Yarn, David Green, Good Luck Duck, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, Mark and NC, and Surly Dev on Twitch. Over there on Facebook, Margaret Riley, Charlotte Webb, Kay Lowry Body, Paul Anderson, Ruth Krafasi, Sarah 55 on YouTube, Beezy, Linda Belk and Larry on X. Thank you. See? I'm just checking for some other updates here. Oops, I have the volume off. The volume is off. You know, the Wall Street Journal has an article today, and they say this thing, which I've read you other articles saying. The Wall Street Journal says some analysts wondered whether Israel rushed to carry out the explosions, the exploding pager and walkie-talkies operation for fear it might be discovered. And yeah, you know, and The Economist had an article about this yesterday about the attacks, the pager and explosive and the walkie-talkie attacks. And they said something similar to some other analysis we've seen, that you might think that the reason to do it was that it would be the start of like a big military operation, and you do it right at the start of the operation. The Economist says, wounding lots of Hezbollah members and damaging Hezbollah's communications would have been an ideal prelude to a major Israeli offensive. Since October 7th, there have been voices calling for a big Israeli offensive in order to reduce Hezbollah's arsenal of long-range missiles and occupy a buffer zone inside southern Lebanon. But the Israeli government has not approved an incursion, and there has not been, we have not seen any major offensive start. It says that The Economist says that Israel activated the pager and walkie-talkie explosives without any further action, indicates that for now it is not rushing to all-out war. It also may suggest that Israeli spies feared that Hezbollah would soon discover the vulnerability, and they decided to act before Hezbollah swapped out the pagers. Also, interestingly, The Economist says that they don't think that Hezbollah is going to launch a big attack on Israel anytime soon because they will need to spend months repairing their communications network and searching for leaks. Thanks so much to Maisie H and Tammy D and Maisie H and Tammy D. That's very kind of you. Thank you. Also, Saucy 15787 on Twitch. Thanks for subscribing. Oh, does Shark mention these text messages? I saw something about that, Deshark. Let me pull this up here. Yes. Israel accuses Iran and Hezbollah of sending threatening texts to millions of Israelis. This is from AP. Israel is accusing Iran and Hezbollah of bombarding millions of Israelis with threatening text messages as the conflict between Israeli military and Lebanese militant group escalated. Israel's National Cyber Directorate said today that a flood of Hebrew language text messages popped up on cell phones nationwide, falsely purporting to be communication from the Israeli Home Front Command. The government said roughly 5 million suspicious texts were sent to Israelis late Wednesday. It determined that Iran and Lebanon's Hezbollah hacked an Israeli mobile service provider and exploited its customer accounts. One of the messages said, "Say goodbye to your loved ones. Don't worry, you will hug them in hell." Israel's Cyber Directorate described the deluge of text as an unsophisticated attempt to incite public panic. It said Israelis received 3 versions of the messages, all containing harmful links to unknown websites, and it said were rendered inactive within a short period of time. That's a lot of people. I mean, the population of Israel as a whole is what, like 10 million or something? Yeah, about 10 million. Now, the Shark said that mentioned Jerusalem Post, which reported that last night some people got text messages that called on them to leave where they were and find a protected area. Oh, does it say it right here? Hold on, what's this? Yes, Khan News said that last night, thousands of Israelis got a fake emergency alert. I don't know if this is part of that other thing. I think the IDF actually posted about that. Fish says, will there be a ground attack like we'll see in Gaza? Well, I think it wouldn't be the exact same kind of operation because Gaza is smaller and the Hamas is weaker than Hezbollah. But it is a big question whether Israel will send ground forces into southern Lebanon. That we do not know. I was trying to find Israel Defense Forces post about the text messages, but I'm not going to worry about it right now. Can't find it right at the moment. Thank you, LB, aka Big Chill, for becoming a member, by the way. Yeah, we did a whole discussion earlier in the broadcast about, we've been talking a bunch on this about whether there would be a war in Lebanon, whether Israel's going to undertake a major operation against Hezbollah that would allow it to move the tens of thousands of Israelis who have moved away from the Israel-Lebanon border because of the Hezbollah attacks. Israel wants to move them back to the border, let those people go to their homes. And Hezbollah says they're not going to stop their attacks. So will there be some kind of Israeli military operation to force Hezbollah to stop attacking northern Israel so that Israelis can move back to the northern part of Israel? That we don't know. Maisie H says they need to be able to return home. Brand says, have you tracked the most common time of attacks by either side? That I don't know. I mean, attacks can happen, airstrikes and rocket fire and all that can happen at any time of day. I don't know if there's a time they happen more often. That I do not know. Jason Santoro thinks Israel is defeating terrorism one organization at a time. Ariel says, Hezbollah is a proxy of Iran, financed and armed by Iran, and receiving training from Iran. Oh, I'm sorry. Our viewer 17 sent me the Jerusalem Post article where they just said part of northern Israel, they canceled school for tomorrow because of growing tensions, and a situation assessment by the local emergency team. In northern Galilee, Hatzor Haglilit municipality in northern Israel canceled school tomorrow. I was reading something interesting about, like, if U.S. had to evacuate people in Lebanon. I can't remember where I was reading it. You know, it gets asked about. Here, look. So this is an article from today from AP. If you go down here, it says, Asked about the potential for a U.S. military evacuation of American citizens in Lebanon, Singh said the Pentagon has not gotten a request from the State Department to do that. State did use U.S. citizens in Lebanon to maintain a low profile and review their security awareness in alerts this week. State Department and White House officials say there are long-standing contingency plans for the potential evacuation of Americans in Lebanon, but they have no information to suggest those will become operational anytime soon. John Kirby, National Security Council, said, he said he didn't believe we're in a moment right now where we need to think imminently, where we think we need to imminently call for that or act on that. Other officials said U.S. Navy ships with Marines on board are already well positioned in the Mediterranean Sea to assist if asked. There's a large number of U.S. citizens in Lebanon. I want to say it's tens of thousands. I'm trying to get a number here. NBC News says the State Department estimated in 2022 that 86,000 Americans live in Lebanon. Hey, thanks so much, Mama of Six, who says Israel is fighting 3 war fronts, Houthis, Hamas, and Hezbollah. All 3 are proxies for Iran. Thank you, Mama of Six. I appreciate that. Domino says if they live in Lebanon, why would they need to be evacuated? It's a fair question, but I don't know. They could be dual citizens. They could have homes in the U.S., right? But also it might be for safety reasons. I guess the idea would be is if there's a dangerous armed conflict over there and you're an American citizen, that America would attempt to help you get out if you wanted to get out and for safety reasons. Oh, Nathan had asked about the border feed. In the border feed, I believe Lebanon. We're looking toward Lebanon. This feed right here. Although I think you're seeing Israel. The buildings you're seeing are in Israel, but behind that is Lebanon. That's my understanding. And also, Bob says they would definitely target American citizens. That would be another reason, I think Bob is saying, that if there's like a war going on between Israel and Hezbollah, would Hezbollah target American citizens? And especially if America's helping out Israel, would American citizens become targets? Hold on a second here. This is interesting. You know, if you want to read a detailed article, I'm going to show you a little bit of this. A detailed article on the pagers and the pager and walkie-talkie explosions. There's a really good site I like a lot for military news called The War Zone. It's twz.com, The War Zone, and they have an article out called How Israel Turned Hezbollah's Pagers into Exploding Trojan Horses. It's becoming clear that Israel executed a highly complex, years-long espionage operation unlike we've ever seen before to weaponize Hezbollah's communications against them. And I'm not going to read the whole article now. They talk about some different reports that other publications have had. I'll post a link to the report. I'll post a link to the article. I just want to show you a couple things in it. But it's a good website, The War Zone. So I just posted a link to the article there. To the article, did the link show up on? Is it not working on YouTube? Is that what's happening? I got to post it separately on YouTube now because it's messing up. I posted it separately on YouTube because it didn't post. Okay. Oh, the Institute for the Study of War thing I think didn't post either, probably on YouTube. I'll post that article too, separately. Sorry, I have a way I post things here, and it seems to be not working, so I'm doing it a different way. So you can look at that article if you want to get caught up on some of the reporting about this. But this is interesting. They say the War Zone says, as can be easily imagined, the terrifying nature of electronic devices exploding on command has resulted in a general panic among the population in Lebanon. There have been reports, now this is interesting, there have been reports of other electronic items exploding, like solar equipment, including solar power systems and fingerprint readers, although there has been no independent confirmation of devices other than pagers and walkie-talkies having been affected. I don't know if there was really anything other than walkie-talkies and pagers. It may turn out that the solar equipment reports are false. They say photos of damaged and burned iPhones have appeared on social media. At least some of these have been debunked. But they do show the degree to which the population is now fearing what might happen next. They also point out, the War Zone in this article, this also raises the prospect of similar kinds of booby-trapped devices being used by non-state actors in the future. The possibility of a terror campaign making use of modified electronic devices sold in public online marketplaces is a very worrying one, and one that could exploit loopholes in existing supply chains to create widespread disruption. Will, like, terror groups get an idea from seeing this done? I mean, I'm sure it's difficult to do. There's difficulty in doing it, but will they, will we see other groups do something similar? That's from the War Zone article as well. Anyways, if you want to read it, again, I posted the link in the chat. There's like a whole kind of summary of of some different reporting on this from the War Zone, twz.com. Maisie H says, I've been worrying about this stuff for years. Spicy Road says, watch out for used and low-price electronics. So many people buy electronics from aftermarket. They don't buy them new, they buy them used, or they buy them new, but it's from some, it's not from like an official seller. It's from somebody posting it on like Amazon or some other site who's like an independent seller. Wee Nesty thinks we will see that. I mean, could you imagine if there was like a, this is a situation where Israel is in an ongoing hostilities with Hezbollah, but some other terror group just out of nowhere just does an attack like this, on whoever. You wouldn't even need it to be, Israel's involved apparently thousands of devices. Wouldn't even need to be, to cause fear and chaos, would not need to be thousands of devices. Could be a handful of devices. Ann Spencer says, definition of terrorism weaponizing consumer goods. If other groups copy, it will be called terrorism then. Lori Murphy says, the more you think about this, the worse it gets. So Human Rights Watch has an article called Paging the Laws of War on their website, Human Rights Watch. And I just want to mention some of the things that they are saying. They have a lot of concerns about this attack. They are, by the way, an international non-governmental organization that conducts research and advocacy on human rights. They pressure governments, policymakers, companies, and other individual human rights abusers to denounce abuse and respect human rights. That is from Wikipedia. But on their website, they do have an article about that from yesterday called from today, Paging the Laws of War. And I'm not going to read the whole thing, but some of what Human Rights Watch says about the electronics explosions are what they say. One of the foundations of international humanitarian law is that all warring parties must distinguish or discriminate between military targets, which are legitimate, and civilians, which are not. You may be intending to kill an enemy fighter, but you cannot do it with an indiscriminate weapon, showing no regard for the civilians close to the device who may be killed and injured as well. Media reports that one of the victims was a 9-year-old girl who picked up her father's pager when it beeped. Human Rights Watch says, in this sense, setting off simultaneous explosives in thousands of personal devices without knowing where they are and who they are with runs the same risk as bombing from the skies without looking. Other people, innocent people, civilians, including children, may be around. The attacker can't see who will be hit beforehand and where they are. Is the explosive about to go off in a crowded market? Is it on the table at a family meal? Did the child find a pager in a car and pick it up and have a closer look? And Human Rights Watch says the mini bombs were blown up in unknown circumstances and unknown surroundings. It's the very definition of indiscriminate. Also, the article from Human Rights Watch says, customary international humanitarian law prohibits the use of booby traps, objects that civilians are likely to use, attracted to, or are associated with, or objects that civilians are likely to use, objects that civilians are likely to be attracted to or are associated with normal civilian daily use. Indiscriminate attacks and booby traps are prohibited. Indiscriminate attacks and booby traps are prohibited to avoid putting civilians at grave risk. And finally, they say in this article, any government concerned with upholding international humanitarian law ought to be concerned with helping to get justice for the innocent victims of these mass bombings. So that's some of this article. You can find it on the hrw.org. I'm not saying you have to agree with it, but that is an article on by Human Rights Watch from today called Paging the Laws of War, where they believe that the attack on the pager and walkie-talkie attacks violated international laws of war against indiscriminate attacks and booby traps. So again, you might not agree with it. I just wanted to throw that out there as an argument by one party, by one group, that they believe that these attacks violated the laws of war. Now, I saw some people in the chat saying things like it actually wasn't indiscriminate, so you might argue with their argument. That's fine, but I wanted to just mention that. Fubar thinks it's a war crime. Bob thinks it's war crimes. Fainit thinks it was irresponsible. Stephen Elder says whatever works. Emily says Lebanon sent a rocket to a kid's soccer field a few weeks ago. All young kids died. Israel did not forget that. Well, just to be clear, I believe from the reports suggested that was not the intended target of the rocket. I mean, now you might blame them for just launching it anyway, saying that, well, it's likely at some point it'll hit its not intended target. But just to be clear, I don't believe the soccer field was the intended target for the rocket. I'm not telling you what to think about it. Whereas I do believe these pagers were the intended target. Trey Dog thinks the show has an agenda because I read an article and said, I'm not telling you what to think about it. That means I have an agenda. Curious Life says, so what was October 7th? That was a big crime. So what you seem to be saying is it's okay that Israel has some license to break international law because of October 7th, where international law was broken. I'm not telling you what to think about these things. I'm just trying to clarify what you guys are saying. As I have said over the last few days, there is disagreement and debate over whether these attacks cross some sort of line. Shai Lavi says the founder of Human Rights Watch left the organization because of anti-Israel bias. I think that's important context. Well, a couple things. Thank you, Shai Lavi, first of all. I really appreciate your support. If they're not there now, then I don't know that they would be exercising influence on the organization now. I don't know enough about the organization to know that it sounds like what you're saying is that they're only coming out with this article because Israel did it and they wouldn't do it if another country did it. I can't speak to that. I don't know Human Rights Watch well enough. I do think there's a way of reading their article where you just read their arguments as not applying to Israel, but to any country. So, I mean, regardless of what they personally might think, there's a way of reading the argument that it just applies to any country. But again, I am not an expert on Human Rights Watch. I was just putting it forth as an example of one argument out there that these attacks violated international rules of war or international law. I'm not, as I said, I'm not telling you what to think about it. I'd like to have you be, air different viewpoints. So thank you, Shai Lavi. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Shai. Thanks also to Y Chin. Hey, Y, that's really nice of you. Thanks so much, Y, for your support. Okay, let's see here. Guys, I'm not aware. People have asked about like the flight radar and the live. I don't see anything happening on the live feeds right now. Flight radar, I'm not aware. By the way, I don't think we'd be seeing Israeli jets on flight radar anyway. But I've heard of nothing like happening on the flight radar that's so out of the ordinary that it merits special mention. I can't look at it and say I don't know what it normally looks like. So, but again, I haven't heard of anything going on special with it overnight there. It is the time, that's Flight Radar 24, by the way. The time is 4:36 a.m. Lebanon and Israel time. All right, you know what I think I'm gonna do? So I don't have like big updates at the moment. So I think what I'm gonna do is we have been updating this whole stream. I think I'm gonna start wrapping up this live stream. If there's big updates, if there's big developments tonight, I can come back on the air. If there's big developments tomorrow, I can come back on the air, of course, and I will if there's big developments. But I need to take a break and eat something. So I think I'm going to start wrapping up this live stream. But if you missed it, we discussed a lot earlier in the stream whether there'd be a war in Lebanon, whether Israel might launch a major military operation in Lebanon on Hezbollah. So we spent a bunch of time discussing that. So if you missed it, you can rewind it. And I will certainly keep an eye out for more updates. And if there's big news, I will come on the air and cover it. Okay? So subscribe, follow Agenda Free TV. We cover all kinds of live breaking news without an agenda. Agenda Free TV. I really appreciate you guys watching the stream. Also, a lot of interesting comments and questions and sending me stuff. I'm sorry I can't get to all the comments. I try to get to a bunch of them during the broadcast, but I do appreciate you writing in and also commenting in the chat. And yeah, I'm sure there's going to be more news on this, and we'll keep you updated. But if you missed it, go back, watch the beginning of the stream. We talked about a lot of different stuff that happened today and all that. Isn't there a war right now? Yeah, a bunch of people, Trav asked that. Yeah, it's not an all-out war. What's been going on for the last year has been hostilities, tit for tat, attacks between Hezbollah and Israel on each other, but always with a certain degree of restraint. Even though there have been people killed and injured in these attacks, there is a degree of restraint. And you haven't had lots of Hezbollah firing a lot of missiles at Israeli cities. You haven't had Israeli troops going in on the ground, for example, things like that. So, yes, there has been a state of conflict, but it is not considered an all-out war. It's this other level of all-out war I see it described as, which is the worry is that it's going to go to another level, rather than this ongoing border conflict thing. So yes, there have been military actions by each side against the other going on since October 8th of last year, but that's different than a more full war between the two sides. Just depends on how you're defining the word war, but I think you can understand the distinction, the general idea. Thanks, by the way, to Joseph Fiorentino and Will Christie. I really appreciate that, both of you. Thank you, Joseph and Will. Yeah, DeShark says border skirmishes, and that's not to minimize them. I mean, people have gotten killed and injured in these things. Tens of thousands of people on both sides have had to flee their homes on either side. But there's a level it has not gone to, and both sides have been trying to not escalate. But it could escalate. Hang on, I'm just checking one thing here. I will post updates, by the way, on my X account, which is at Lookner on X. When we're not on the air, you can follow me there, at Lookner on X. Follow me there for updates. I'll post a link to that in the chat. Probably won't post, I'll probably have to post it twice because it won't post the way it normally does on YouTube. I don't know why that's not working today, but I will do this. Okay. And yeah, shout out to our mods, by the way. Big shout out to our moderators. They are always in our chats. They let us have chat rooms. We couldn't have them without them. So I really appreciate it. Sarah55 and BZ over there on YouTube, Jessica S., Ruth Krafasi, and all of our other YouTube mods, RJ and others. Thanks so much to our YouTube moderators, Cynthia Moon, thank you. All of our Twitch moderators, like Big Ball of Yarn, David Green, Good Luck Duck, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, Mark and NC, Surly Dev, thank you. And our other Twitch moderators. Over there on Facebook, Charlotte Webb, Ronald Egnor, Margaret Riley, Kay Lowry Body, Paul Anderson. Big thanks to you, Linda Belk and Larry on X. Thank you. Thanks to all of our mods. Thanks so much to John1948 for your support. Really appreciate that, John1948. Thanks to everybody who donated. That's really kind of you. You are the ones who allowed this channel to exist with your support. So thank you for letting the channel exist and let me, purchase the videos and the articles and all that stuff. So thank you. Also, thanks on Twitch for your support. The Phenom7 for subscribing. Also, Blatt1982 and Notorious Rob. Thank you so much. If you ever want to donate to the channel, you can go to agendafree.tv, agendafree.tv. GB asked about my headphones. Yeah, so I mentioned this, not to take a long time on this, but right now I have been using these, a different kind of earpod called Earfun, which I like for the purpose of this broadcast. I like them a bit better than the AirPods I have. The sound is not quite as good as the AirPods if you were, say, listening to music. But for the purposes of this broadcast, without getting into the details, I like these a bit better. So I've been using these. Yes. For those who were, a couple people asked about it during the stream. I think I'm going to keep these. The AirPods are great though, but these, for this broadcast, this works a little better, I think. Let's see. Okay, so follow on X. Oh, turn on notifications. I forgot to mention that. I don't know when we're going live. It's when the big news happens. There could be something that happens tonight and we go on the air. So if you want to get notifications that are really reliable when we're going live, the best ones are our own notifications. We have our own free notification system we have created through Discord. You sign up once and you get a notification for every broadcast. That's the best way. So make sure you sign up for the notifications. The mods will post the link to the notifications in the chat. And you can also find the link in the video description on Facebook and YouTube. But sign up for the notifications. At the same link, you can check out for free our our Discord chat, where you can chat with other viewers when we're not live. So check that out. It's the same link as the notifications. A lot of our viewers like doing that. And thanks to our Discord mods as well. Really appreciate all your help with the Discord. Thanks also to Mark Dean. Thank you, Mark Dean. Yeah, I did post about that story, the sheriff story. I haven't been talking about it here because it's a bit off topic. I did post about it on my X account. You can see here, B&O News Live, Letcher County, Kentucky sheriff arrested after shooting judge at county courthouse. I'll have to get caught up on the details about this later on. But I shared that on my X account. So if you want to, if usually I do that with stories that aren't like relevant to what we're covering. A lot of them I'll just post them on my X account. So you can follow me on X at Lookner for updates from that account. But I'll have to look into that after the broadcast. So thank you so much, Mark Dean. I haven't really gotten into the details of that. Oh, and then some viewers like Jose Gonzalez have mentioned this thing, a possible security issue in northern Israel. These kind of things do happen once in a while, by the way. I'll just keep an eye on that. Where is it? Let me see if I can get you a quick summary of it. I'm not seeing it at the moment. I'll have to look into it. I'm just trying to find a thing that people were talking about, but from a reliable source. Anyways, I mean, if there's big enough news, I'll just come back on the air. Sometimes in Israel, there's like worries of like terrorist infiltrations across the border. And I think there might have been something like that tonight, but I don't really have the details on it, and I'm not going to, I'll keep an eye on it for later. So I don't have the details handy. A lot of the sources that I follow haven't said anything about it. So, I'm just going to, if it's big enough, we can come back on the air and do a stream. Thank you, Jose, for mentioning it. Moose's Backyard thinks Israel is a terrorist entity as much as the others, like Hamas, Hezbollah, and others. That's what Moose's Backyard thinks. We have some different opinions in our chat. Moose's Backyard wrote in earlier, so I want to mention what Moose's Backyard said. Some of our other viewers think very differently. Thank you to Ronald Kame for the gift memberships. Thank you so much, Ronald. Very much appreciate that. Okay, hey, a couple other things really quick here. For those who watch on YouTube, to turn the YouTube notifications on, which can also be helpful to find out when we're live. When you subscribe, you got to do this other thing, which is hit the notifications bell and choose all notifications. See, there's this bell there. You got to click the bell, and then you got to choose all notifications. So do that on YouTube if you want to get the YouTube notifications. And I want to thank our Twitch subscribers for all of your support. Thank you so much. Like Blatt1982, Shaggy and Wall Street, Trillion, H2O. I probably should have done this earlier in the broadcast. Sorry, subscribers. But I'm shouting you out now. I'll try to do it earlier next time. I Got That Fire, Daddy Dino, Psyops. Thanks for subscribing. Eat Bites. Thanks, Laney, for subscribing on Twitch. The Phenom 7. And all of our other subscribers over there. Saucy, Stuxoid, thanks for subscribing on Twitch. CIA Monitor and others, thank you. Our subscribers on Facebook, thank you as well for there. Eve Richards, Leanne Ticknor, Marie Minicello, Lou Green, Diane Allworth, Margaret Riley, Kay Lowry Body, Robert Rial II. Lou Green thinks it's unacceptable for any country, states, or groups to do these things. They are war crimes. That includes Israel. No one here is innocent. Thanks to all of our subscribers over there on Facebook. You know what I'll do real quick? Hold on. Yeah, the Kentucky judge story, I know we're not talking about it. Really quick, Associated Press reports that really quick, just because people were talking about it in the chat, this judge, Kevin Mullins, was killed when the Letcher County sheriff shot him multiple times following an argument inside the courthouse. Condolences to his family. The investigation is continuing. Some of you might know more about this, but that's a report from Associated Press. As a judge in rural Kentucky shot and killed inside his courthouse, and the local sheriff was charged with murder. By the way, I did want to thank our YouTube members. Thank you so much to them, all of our YouTube members, for supporting the channel, like Zinkman, Molly O, Amy, Mary B, Stephanie Brunk, Eric Johnson, UV Lightning, Darky7, Jaybird, Paula McLennan, Valley Watchman, Zealot, Darren Wolf, Suze, Laura Armber. Some of these are new members. Aldo Ruiz, Bree, Wickedest Witch, Jose Gonzalez, Frank Fortina, Amy Jean Romaine, Mary B, Detective Wisdom, DeShark, Marissa Pugliese, and our other YouTube members, Jean Romaine, Panda 3000, and others. Yes, so wrapping up this stream now, but, you know, we'll come back on the air when there's big news. Diane L., thanks for being a member. Thanks to Casual Gamer Bruh for your support as well on Twitch. And thanks to all of our viewers, people like Chris VKC, Cavitate, Paula Thompson, Billy Wade, and others. Tony Del Monte, John Herzog, Evelyn in Maine, and others. All right, guys. So wrapping up this broadcast, if you missed it, you can rewind it. We will keep an eye on what's going on in Lebanon between Israel and Hezbollah. And if there are big updates, we will let you know. Live Life says it won't be long before more news. Yeah, and if there's other big stories, we'll cover those as well. So again, appreciate you being here. Thanks to you for joining. Thanks to our mods. I hope things, I mean, it's unlikely. I hope things settle down. I certainly hope there's no wider war and no all-out war in between Israel and Hezbollah, and hope things settle down there. But again, this has been going on. The tensions in this region have been going on. You don't need me to be telling you how long it's been going on for. So, but let's hope things stay at a certain level and don't get escalated further. All right. So that is it for now. Thank you for watching, and we will see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.